Alright, trying again. So apparently there's no audio in the last two, so I did a nice little opening spiel, and it was for naught. So this is a donotgod.com video presentation, and some interacting with people kind of thing, so might as well do a response video in this form. And see how it goes. The image is just because it's I found these backgrounds for a tablet. It's a cracked tablet. You can see, oops, the cracks. Well, that's no good. Yes, go back to where it was. So that's why it's there. It's just nice and soothing, just to try to keep the temperature down here. The atmosphere for conversation is getting really, really bad. I mean, obviously both sides are doing a lot of cancel culturing, guilt by association. Can't really speak your mind anymore. You have to, be very, very careful about what you say or how you say it, because it will be perverted and interpreted into some sort of criminal act of some kind. And so I have been advised not to bother talking about anything anymore. But anyway, I'm going to attempt to be disciplined in what I say and how I say it, and I'm just going to have to hope that that's good enough. Yes, it's uncomfortable to censor oneself, but what else can you do in this atmosphere? Now, the fact is that I'm going to be responding to a David Benatar video interview where he was essentially bullied and badgered into having to separate himself from some idea that there were some elements of people who believed that the existence of life was in fact a blight and that we should do something about it, but they were somehow willing to do something about it in some kind of manner that's totally inappropriate, and that they were advocating for some inappropriate, that we should all act up and kill each other or do some kind of nonsense in defense of a philosophical position. Of course, I'm not one of those people, okay? I have spoken against any activism. It's just provocative, and that's all it is, and it's sort of cheating in the battle of ideas. The argument should be all there is the arguments about the argument. Make your arguments, persuade other people. That's the only reasonable thing to do. So it's a video I never played, never listened to it, because I knew, Benatar's just trying to preserve his reputation by separating himself in a very excessive way from an implication of his own philosophy, in the sense that he does believe that the little animals are in the same predicament we are, and it's just a fact that they can't philosophically deal with this question. They can't do anything about it. They don't have a government. They can't vote. They don't have a democracy. They can't make videos. They can't talk about it. They can't argue about it. And so, and he believes that nature has some kind of autonomy built into it, where even if the organisms are clearly classifiable as dramatically retarded, or broken in terms of their intellectual capacity, their capacity to govern their own lives, that somehow we, as the smartest thing on earth, are not capable or allowed to act in their interest and to make reasonable, pragmatic decisions in their interest. All right, that's a long way of saying Benatar has basically backed down from any notion that although animals are being tortured by nature, that we should do anything about it. Okay, so he implied in his book that everything he's going to say about human beings and their condition applies to animals, but he's basically backsliding from that position to state that we shouldn't do anything for either retarded humans or retarded animals, because we're violating their evolutionary autonomy rights or something, some kind of right to not vote, and therefore a not voting is the same as saying no, or something like that. Anyway, so this is just an argument about a philosophical position, and people should try to keep their rhetoric, reasonable. Try to make counter arguments to the basic position, which is that evolution is a meat grinder. It has a disproportion in successful, comfortable, reasonably livable lives versus horrifically short, brutal, and gratuitously torturous exterminations. That nature does exterminate brutally, and with brutal inefficiency. Okay, it kills things slow and horribly, and it's just as bad as you could possibly imagine. I mean, no human could perpetrate a greater crime against animals than what nature perpetrates as part of its design, as part of the structure of this whole process of evolution, is the idea that you make 25 of something and you kill brutally 24 of them in some game of fitness, some mechanism to purify the race. It is eugenics in a sense of, but without any governing ethical sense, and just an end result, winner, loser, and fairness and kindness and decency and all of that doesn't have anything to do with the equation. Deserve will have nothing to do with it in most cases. All right. So that is a background. I mean, the first video was probably better at me stating this. But anyway, so I would argue that this video by Benatar was just a response to a bunch of people implying that ethicists want to commit acts of terrorism, and that they want to annihilate living things in some horrible, brutal way because they have some bloodlust to just kill, kill, kill. When it has been emphasized over and over again that you take the best solution. You don't destroy accomplishing something because you're going to wait for perfection. There's a better way to say that, right? There's a cliche way people say that, but you have to be pragmatic. So I could make arguments ahead of time now, and I could say what Benatar is forgetting is the whole trolley problem, that all these things there's philosophical choices you have to make. So tomorrow I could propose that there's this one little chance. You have a 3-day period where, let's say, a sunspot's going to explode and it'll be just the right thing, and there's this experiment where in that circumstance they might be able to create a cure for malaria. But they only have 3 days to do it, and it might kill 500 people. So 500 random people on Earth will be killed, okay, if you decide to press the let's try to cure malaria button. All right, and you only have this little limited time. We just can't hang around forever waiting for a better cure. Okay, this is it. It's got this one little chance. You got this one chance to get the job done. And yes, 500 people will be killed. Do you say I can't do it because 500 people are going to be killed? I mean, how would you vote? And I would argue that, you just can't say no to that opportunity. You can't just say, okay, forget it. We can't do it because it's too expensive. When you know the malaria continuing to be a human catastrophe, that in 1 minute of malaria on Earth will cause much more pain and suffering than the death of those 500 people in an instant. So you have to understand that's a philosophical game you can play to challenge your mental gymnastics, your capacity to put ideas together and deal with them. It challenges us because it's unpleasant. There's no good choice. You just have bad and you have worse. And you have to be smart enough to know that you have to choose bad, because worse is worse. And so that would be all that's about. But it wouldn't be your choice. And you would be able to say, I would hope we can come up with a better chance than that. I would hope we could contrive a better method of getting to the cure than that. But if that's there right in front of you and you have the chance to get it done, do you say no because it's not perfect? And I would argue, if you do that, you're not reasonable. That would be my point. If you do that, you're not reasonable. And I think that's the philosophical position, is that it's not pragmatic, it's not sensible, and you're just being, you're asking reality to provide options that are just too perfect. And it's just, reality's not going to give you a perfect option. This isn't a baby fantasy world. It's a brutal world, a harsh world, and you really have to take your chances when they're provided to you. You can't miss. When opportunity is knocking, you have to pay attention, because it may never knock again. And that's the tragedy of our reality. So with that context, leave us play some of this rubbish. I mean garbage. I mean shit. I mean clappy trappy. So there's really no way to read all these comments, right? It is kind of funny. So this guy, well, I love that kind of. This guy should be the most popular human ever. Oh, okay, so that was a good statement. Usually, this guy is not a good way for something to begin. Why did you bring me into this cruel world, Mother? Huh, interesting. Okay. Well, anyway, reasonable enough. Okay. I will leave you to play with yourselves, so to speak, metaphorically. So let's play the video, see how that goes.
Everyone, today I'm joined by Emeritus Professor of Philosophy David Benatar from the University of Cape Town, author of the recent book Very Practical Ethics, Engaging Everyday Moral Questions.
So that's pretty uninteresting, right? I bet you he doesn't engage everyday moral questions like just driving to the grocery store and how you're jeopardizing other people's lives, and that every time you vote for some self-interest, that is, vote for a world where we go to the store instead of the store delivering to us, which would be so much more efficient. I mean, it saves 1 million gallons of gasoline, and you don't have all these people that are going to kill each other. Yeah, and all the wrecks and all the car damage and all the expense. Yeah, all of that is minimized, and all that money, you could use that to fix all the other shit that's broken in the world. So yeah, those are all these, there's a ton of moral dilemmas. I mean, you could go on about just the fact that we don't allow people to gracefully die and how insanely expensive that is. You know, the Karen Ann Quinlan fiasco, $6 million a year to keep her alive. What possible sense could that make?
Published by Oxford University Press, an antinatalist content creator, Steve Godfrey, who's a blogger and YouTuber.
And a slanderer and a liar and a crazy motherfucker, and no doubt a drippy anal, freak of nature.
Welcome to the channel, Professor Benatar and Steve.
Thank you very much.
So he was badgered by, the hyperbole of this Godfrey fellow who just spouts lies and distortions and just exaggerates the hell out of the context that some statement was made. It's just the worst kind of putrid, dishonest rhetoric.
Cheers, mate.
To frame the discussion, we wanted to have a discussion on some areas that may not have been probed in sufficient details in past interviews, and we are here to clarify your views, Professor Benatar.
He's a little hard to do with him, frankly. Benatar he's always been a little wishy-wash, on this subject of what to do about the animal predicament. And it's, everybody should agree, if there was some where they all, they just go, all of them go sterile. Everything goes sterile in a millisecond. Oh, yeah, then we could all agree that they'll just grandfather themselves out of existence, and then we don't have to play any kind of brutal role, and we don't have to be responsible for anything. And yeah, but that's not going to happen. That option won't be one of those opportunity knocks kind of things.
Is this correct?
Yes, correct. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. And so how about we just jump right into it? First topic of discussion is on the definitions of antinatalism and...
Right, so for me, this whole thing with this antinatalism rubbish is just a waste of time, just because it doesn't really get to the subject of what you're saying, which is you're all anti-life in the end. A rational person can't be an antinatalist for humans and not antinatalist for what humans were a million years ago. So if our ancestors survived our progress, that is, if the old version of humans were still roaming the savannah, eating poo, the idea that we wouldn't think that those animals needed empathy and care and we wouldn't worry for them is ridiculous, because we would see ourselves in them. Frankly, it doesn't take too many encounters with chimpanzees or other great apes to be moved, by their humanness. And so, it's just this idea that people aren't very good at getting past superficial, what something looks like, to understand what it is like and what it is as an organism. So even something like a rat, an intensely alive organism, when you watch one, I mean, its senses are always busy. It's, and you can see in it that it's doing nothing more than we're doing. It's strategizing about pathways to life and how to get what it wants, and it's doing exactly the same thing. And yes, it's not attractive. It has an ugly lifestyle. It does disgusting things, but there's absolutely no reason not to have deep and profound empathy when it is brutally killed and suffers torture. Yeah, absolute torture. It's just so hard to understand. I mean, just having to have a conversation where I have to explain people that torture be bad, okay. That we have to recognize that our intelligence has to be devoted to this vice of reality, this negative feature of reality, that in it exists this horrible event of sentient torture. I really shouldn't have to make that argument. Oh, it's scary that I have to defend that position. That we are the only road to a solution. We're it. Nothing else is going to fix the problem except us. We're the only ones that can mitigate against that negative feature of reality.
This ideology, if you want to call it that, of apholism. Steve, you want to help with this?
So it's an ideology, whatever, if you want to call it that. Yeah, and the only distinction between antinatalism and ephilism is the recognition that there's a bunch of retarded humanoids that aren't part of our civilization and won't be obeying any rules or regulations we might pass, and they're not going to participate in the careful and thoughtful grandfathering out of human existence. They're not going to play along, and that's the difference. So being someone capable of recognizing that the animal condition is that human condition is a flea on an elephant's ass, okay, by comparison to the amount of suffering happening on Earth. The elephant is the animal kingdom's suffering, and human problems are a flea on the elephant of sentient life problems, sentient life torture. It's a tiny percentage of the problem. And these people, the difference between an ethicist and an antinatalist is the recognition that the elephant is the thing you got to pay attention to, not the flea.
Sure. And I'd also just like to thank Professor Benatar for this opportunity. I appreciate you giving us your time as well.
So he gave his time to a guy who just perverts and distorts every single fact available. Beats me. Yeah, why would he do that?
Yes, man.
Thank you.
Razor bumps? Get a shave with a touch of aloe. Venus Extra Smooth Sensitive.
Ew.
AI soldiers
Ew, more
are the future.
More of it. Oh, this is like a really long
They don't need food. Shed no blood.
Yeah, we couldn't care less to, they got to make, what, 49 cents? That's how much, what is he going to make on this video? $1.58? It's worth the commercials. Yeah, I really want that $1.58. It's like I would almost donate the $10, for you not to have commercials on the video.
In this section, we're looking at contrasting or differentiating antinatalism from ethicalism by looking at the definitions of the two concepts. Professor Benatar, I presume that you're prepared to move ahead to proceed with the definition you gave in the recent definitions discussion. Would that be a reasonable assumption?
I mean, clearly, like I said, I remember it so vividly when I read his book, because like on the 3rd page, it was right there in the beginning of the book, and he said clearly, everything I'm going to say about the human condition applies to the animal kingdom, something like that. And I was like, now I said, this will be a good book. Now, the fact is that all he did was talk about the human condition, didn't talk about evolution, didn't talk about anything really, in the rest of the book. But I'm just saying it was there, and it was a necessary statement. It needed to be stated because it's the absolute truth.
Yes, thanks. I would want to stick with that. Would you like me to clarify what that was?
That'd be great. Thank you.
So I understood antinatalism to be an abstract noun, which is the view that it is morally wrong to bring sense.
So this morally wrong crap, it can't, it's just the wrong phrase, right? I mean, the argument is that it's a value negative decision, some kind of statement like that. It's unethical. It's unreasonable. It's not productive, something like that. But to make it a moral crime is, first off, it just implies that this is about a dogma and it's not about a reasoned statement about the reality. Like you're going to have a trial and draw the conclusion that, yes, procreation is guilty. You're going to whack the hammer down and say, yes, you don't do it because it's too dangerous. That kind of thing. You have to stop at the stop sign. We just can't have this some other rule.
Sentient beings into existence, and there are variants on this, obviously. So I also understood antinatalist as a noun, which is somebody who espouses antinatalism, but that antinatalist could also be an adjective, meaning of or relating to a person, policy, practice, law, attitude, etc., that discourages or reduces the reproduction of sentient beings.
I mean, you just can't get more obtuse when you start playing these kinds of games. Well, it's from the Latin, derived from poo, eater, and what's the point of all this crap? The semantics, verbiage, analyzing the verbiage rather than analyzing the frickin' concepts.
Yep, that makes sense to me, and I'm on board with that definition for this discussion.
Connecticut. Tommy from the Bronx is in Connecticut. Oh, it's like sending. I don't know. How do I even make a comparison, right? Connecticut. Have you done your pinky exercises? I mean, you know, when you're drinking your tea and shit at the, you know, whatever, some kind of bay where you watch the sailboats. Connecticut. Oh, brother. That's hilarious. No, that's not. It's not really that hilarious, but I find it funny. But yes, I'm not in inmendham anymore. Instead, I'm in a shit fucking hole of diversity. Ugh, puke.
Contrasting that with ephilism, which can be succinctly defined as ephilism dictates that humanity is obligated to annihilate all sentient.
Okay, so again, the word annihilate. What's the difference? You want to annihilate the human race. So that's what an anti-natalist wants to do, is cause the extinction of human beings. There's no separating that end. So it's just now rhetoric. You're just going to use some word that sounds bad, okay, when the real concept is grandfather out or gracefully exit the animal life. So instead of saying it honestly, okay, fairly, all they do is do this crap. They want to annihilate and kill. They want to kill. Yeah. They don't want to mercy kill. They don't want to, let's see, you know, and some use the word graceful. That's why I say graceful exit. I call the channel graceful exit. That's the ideal, is do it as gracefully as possible. But where they say annihilate.
By any means necessary.
So by any means necessary is not the standard. No one's advocated for any means necessary. That is, you know, you don't butt fuck every animal on earth to kill it. You know, you don't come up with the worst possible way to get the solution. No, you're looking for the best possible solution, the one that creates the least harm possible. That's what you're looking for. So again, is this guy being fair? So the whole argument is this is the asshole that Benatar is having a conversation with. Some asshole who rephrases a position in this completely distorted way. No ethicist has ever stated, let's do it any way possible. It's never happened.
In order to eliminate suffering. That's derived from both Gary Mosher's definition and also...
So I am inmendham, right? So this is doxing right in the middle of the fucking video. So, you know, again, what's the point of that? What are you proving except you couldn't care less about any ethical standards of conduct? You'll violate them. So, you know, you could just say, what extreme will you take those violations to? What extremes against the social contract are you willing to violate to do your little petty, let's see if I can threaten his security. Yeah. Let's see if I can, you know, get some crazy people on my side to, you know, lock and load. You know, is that all you're doing? Yes, that's all you're fucking doing, and it's so transparent.
Antinatalism International's definitions. The Antinatalism International's definition is itself a derivative of Gary's original definition on ephilism.com.
And there's nothing wrong with my definition. There's a problem. We have to provide the solution, not complicated. Life is too expensive. That's the proposition. Life costs too much. Too much torture, too little something other than torture. Whatever the hell it is. Okay, satisfied deprivations. So too few satisfied deprivations and way too much torture. That's the definition of why somebody should be compelled to say, I am something. I'm a somethingist. I'm a frickin' efficiencyist. Okay, I think things have to be, if they're not minimally efficient, that is, if they cost more than their value, then you don't buy them. That's my theory on value.
The definitions are so far apart that they can't possibly be the same thing.
All right, so there's no, where did he point out anything in the definition that makes it far apart? The only difference between the two frickin' words being used is the coverage of animals. And that was brought up, again, anybody can just look up the past, you know, the person on YouTube who was talking the most about antinatalism and David Benatar was Derived Energy. And he was an avowed nihilist. He didn't believe in absolute value. He didn't believe in an objective definition of value. He didn't think anything had any value. He just thought life was stupid. So he didn't think, oh, it costs too much, it's too expensive, too much torture, too much value wasted, because he was a nihilist. And so my only reaction could possibly be is, although I think human beings are a menace to themselves, okay, clearly I'm an advocate for the animals. He was not. He didn't give a shit about the animals. So he just wanted to exterminate human beings. And to me, that's just vacuous nonsense. Why would you exterminate the only intelligent thing on the fucking planet? It's not the only suffering thing on the planet. It's the only intelligent thing on the planet. Why would you get rid of the intelligent thing and leave all the tortured things? This is like saying that you know, with Ripley and all of her genetic code, other versions of the Ripley, that you would kill the Ripley, okay, exterminate the Ripley, and keep all of the monstrosities. Yeah, no, that wouldn't be rational.
And the reason I bring that to the discussion is a lot of ethalists argue that ethalism is itself antinatalism's logical conclusion, or
it's not antinatalism's logical conclusion. It's the only way to be fair to the argument of what is torture. Torture is the enemy. There's nothing else here. If there's no torture, then I'd say go ahead, make as many humans as you want. I don't care. But there's torture. And the only argument is that, well, if you know anything about human biology and biology in general, you know that feeling is a very old capacity, not a very new capacity. And there's a zillion animals on this planet who are rich in sensation. And they are, in fact, subject to absolute torture.
Ethalism is the logical extinction of antinatalism. How would you respond to that?
What does that even mean? Ethalism is the extinction of antinatalism. No, it's the extinction of the idiotic notion that humans are the problem. That the earth has only one problem, humans. No, that's not the problem. The machine that created humans is the problem. The evolution, gladiator war, the meat grinder of evolution is the problem.
Well, I'm probably not an expert on how this term is developed, but when I first encountered the term ethalism, I understood it to refer to the view that it's better if there were no sentient life.
There you go. Yeah, you got it right. Just like you said, better never to have been, yes, better never to have been a badger, a frog, a salamander. I could get into animals that are even more insidious. A praying mantis. Better never to have been any of these insane monstrosities. Yes, that's the... Yeah, I would just retitle your book, Better Never to Have Been an Insane Monstrosity.
And people who are advancing that view were taking me to have restricted antinatalism just to human beings.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Yes, the whole word was invented. The whole purpose of creating it was to distinguish myself and my philosophy from any idea that I share any values with nihilist and human haters. Because I don't share any values with nihilist and human haters. Civilization haters. These are actually people. This Sofsky guy and some of these other writers that were so anti-natalist, all they wanted to do was destroy civilization. They didn't like human civilization. They wanted to go back to being cavemen, for fuck's sake. So yes, why would I want to be affiliated with those morons? Or associated in any way with some life exterminist who just thinks humans are the problem?
That's how I understood them to first be setting themselves apart from antinatalists.
And still, then, now, forever. That's all it's ever been about, is the value, recognizing that the animal kingdom is 99.9% of the problem, and we are just being dragged, okay, in that same, bad wind. We're blown in it too. The bad wind of evolution. The bad game of musical chairs to the death.
And I think in some interview, I did indicate that I found that rather strange, because I'd been entirely explicit, certainly in Better Never to Have Been, that my view applied not only to human beings, but to all sentient beings.
Okay, so there's just no doubt. He's conceding he said it. He's conceding it's a fact. And what he's basically going to say is, I don't think we can do anything about it. Yes, we're the most intelligent. We have all the responsibility here on Earth for everything that gets squished or squashed. It kind of happens because we allow it to happen. And he's basically saying we can't use any of our intelligence and apply it to that problem. Because nature has autonomy. It has a right to not agree with us. Yeah, that's just too idiotic.
And that I was just focusing on humans for some strategic reasons. First of all, I thought that humans would be most resistant to the implications for our own species. And then secondly, because other than the cases where humans breed animals, we are not really responsible for animal reproduction. So,
okay, so they're just idiotic, right? We are responsible for every bit of it because we are allowing it, and that's just a simple fact. We can burn all the rainforest, we can kill the environment, we can do all kinds of things. So don't pretend we don't have any influence and that we aren't we aren't real participants in how life exists on this planet and how it will exist in the future. Our decisions will make choices for every animal on this planet all the time. We make things go extinct all the time. So for him to pretend we have no influence and the territory isn't ours to talk about is just bullshit.
Animal reproduction that goes on in the wild, that's not something that we do. We don't control that. And so it's also hard to say that animals are doing something morally wrong in reproducing if they're not moral agents.
Yeah, well, of course, they can't be moral agents. So again, he's just basically saying if 99% of the humans came out retarded, he wouldn't do anything for them. He would just throw them into nature and say, well, you go be a retarded animal. Yeah, I don't have any responsibility for your welfare. That's all he's saying. He's saying if you're incompetent, you don't have a high school education, you don't have a grammar school education, you didn't even go to nursery school, you don't have a language, you don't have anything, I don't have any responsibility for your welfare. I mean, it's just such bullshit. Okay, he's basically saying if a feeling creature pops out of the wrong vagina, I'm not going to pay any attention to it. I don't have any responsibility. Only when it comes out of a human vagina is it my responsibility. Do I have an interest in preserving its welfare, and an interest in protecting it from harm, abuse, from sale, from prostitution, from this, from that? I only protect humans. I do not protect animals. Bullshit, Benatar. That's just bullshit. That is evasion of the subject.
So for those reasons, I wanted to restrict the discussion to human reproduction, but I was absolutely explicit that it did not only apply to humans, that the arguments would also apply to all sentient life. And I certainly... So
he keeps saying it, but he just said how the argument doesn't apply because I have no autonomy over animals. I don't have any judgment. I can't apply any judgment to them. They're in some natural condition where it's like the Russian border or something. I can't cross the Russian border. No.
Take new sentient life to be unfortunate, even if we don't think that the animals producing it are doing anything that is morally wrong.
Yeah, of course they can't do anything morally right or wrong because they can't even know what values are. They don't even know what planet they're on. They don't even know they're going to die. They don't even know any of it. They don't know the context of their existence. So obviously they can't make any judgments. None. They can't make any reasoned judgments. They can't possibly do a value equation. They can't do one.
Now, I get a sense that, I don't know if it's some or all ethicists under that description have now taken a view that we have this obligation, or at least we might under certain circumstances.
So he, again, so he's just, what's the point of saying, everything I'm saying about the human condition applies to the animal condition, except we will do something about the human condition, but we won't do anything about the animal conditions. That's all he's saying. He's just saying that, you know, animals are inferior, they're second-class citizens, so to speak, or third class, or a 9,000th class, and I will not concern myself for their welfare. I will not be an advocate for their welfare. I will not try to protect them. I will not try to save them. I will let them drown in the sewage of fucking evolution. It's a complete abdication from his responsibility, and it's an obvious bigotry.
Have an obligation to annihilate all sentience. But I don't think that that is a logical implication of antinatalism in the way that I understand it. It's a
so I don't know. What is there to understand? There's no other way to fix the problem, okay? You're just not going to make feeling things not feel. So that you can't do. You're not going to put them in your iPhone and have them live a synthetic life. What's the solution? So he's offering nothing but torture as far as the eye can see. That's his solution.
It's antinatalism plus some further normative claim. I would deny that it's an implication, because there are lots of other steps you'd need to argue for along the way in order to reach that conclusion.
What conclusion? I'm just saying, there's what steps you're talking about. The only step is you're not a bigot. You're not saying I'm a sentient bigot. I'm going to say that our feelings are important, their feelings aren't important. You're saying that this brain creates this manifestation called being alive. You're saying their manifestation of being alive isn't significant enough for you to pay any attention to. And I'm saying you have no biological or physical or sensible facts to back that statement up with. There's no reason to pretend the crisis isn't just as large in a chimpanzee's sentient mind than it is in our sentient mind. It's the same problem, and it needs the same solution.
I would agree with that. I think the ethicist, the way I've described ethilism as compared to antinatalism has been antinatalism is concerned with the bringing into existence, whereas ethilism is concerned with bringing out of existence. And I think in that sense they're completely different things. And also I understand...
so again, they're not completely different. The argument is yes, if we could some way sterilize all the animals, we'd say yes, go ahead. Great answer. But those aren't going to be the pragmatic possible answers. So I'm just saying you have to have the conversation in some kind of realistic envelope. I can't suggest, well, why don't we go to the end of the universe and ask God to fix it? I mean, that could be a possible solution. Is there any possibility that you're ever going to get to the end of the universe? And when you get there, is there any reason to believe God is going to be there? No! So why the fuck would you choose that? It's a stupid solution. So yes, let's not invest in a spaceship to the end of the universe so we can go ask God to fix it.
I think it's common knowledge. Everybody understands that in Better Never to Have Been, you were focused on human reproduction. I think one of the reasons you gave was it's just easier to talk about that. But you did say that your arguments do apply to all sentient beings. I understand that the asymmetry applies to all sentient beings, but as you've defined antinatalism, which reads to me like a moral imperative, does that also extend to all sentient beings?
He's saying, yes, it extends to them, but they must understand the subject themselves and voluntarily go extinct. They must choose not to procreate. They must be convinced by our arguments and choose not to procreate. We can't stop them from procreating. No, they have to choose it. And he's probably going to say that about humans themselves, that there would be no democratic right to abolish procreation. So even if 99 out of 100 people born on Earth were anti-procreation, he would say that 1% is allowed to keep the humans existing.
It's the final lap, but Team Old Spice is calling for a pit stop.
Puke. All right. Well, I can't. I'm not going to. I'll take the sound off, but I'm not going to. I mean, look how long this commercial is. So again, what do you? How much money do you really think this asshole made on this video? I wouldn't mind raising the money for you to take the damn commercials off. Fuck. It insults Benatar, and it certainly insults the audience to have to put up with this shit. Yeah, I mean, you can't get a more important subject on this planet, essentially, and he's got to make his $2 on it. Yeah, he's doing all this because of his love for humanity, and this is what he's doing. Gross. Just gross. I mean, you really have a choice. Those aren't YouTube. That wasn't YouTube doing that. YouTube didn't decide to put 30-second commercials on his video. He decided to put 30-second commercials on his video. Because he wants to be a YouTube star or something like that. This is going to be his way of making money, his career. So he's going to be a talk show host or something. You know, he's going to get the big gig and be doing the Tonight Show in no time at all. Just so damn creepy.
It is important to recognize that in Better Never to Have Been, there are different stages to the argument. So the first stage, through the axiological asymmetry, is to show that it's always a harm to come into existence. But showing that it's...
Okay, so in my argument that was parallel to Benatar's argument is essentially the it costs too much argument, or zero sum. That frankly, you really never win in life. You're just minimizing your losses. You don't get out of the quicksand. You just get your head further above, where you can breathe better. And that's all you get. You never win. All right, and in the end, you're going to be drowned to death. Okay, and so all you do is prolong the process of struggle, I'm winning, until, the knives are shoved in your eyes.
Always a harm to come into existence is not yet to establish that it is wrong to bring a new being into existence. So I do consider the possibility that life would contain a very, very small amount of harm, in which case it would still be a harm to come into existence, but it might be that other benefits to other people from creating somebody was sufficiently great that you could warrant creating somebody because of the very small cost to that person.
So it'd be fine to have parasitic relationships. Yeah, so as long as it becomes symbiotic, as long as the parasitic relationship ends up benefiting both parties to some extent, it's okay if both parties are also annihilated or destroyed or harmed by the relationship. Vampiring is okay, as long as you don't kill and you just make them into vampires.
It's only when you get to the point of the argument where you realize just how bad it is to come into existence that the interests of existing people in having new people brought into existence don't seem to outweigh those costs. So the argument comes in stages. It's certainly true that the axiological...
And again, nothing in his book really went into the Darwinian red in tooth and claw kind of argument about just how insidious evolution is. That if I was to come up with an average number of births per organism, it could be something like 25. And the argument is that 24 of them must be very quickly and for the purpose of aggrandizing the victor, giving him more procreation rights, they must be miserable. There's examples like elephant seals. Only 5% of the males ever have sex. 5%. The rest are out of luck, okay, because it's an alpha-driven system. And the other males are really just there to be shark food, so the alpha male can swim in safe seas. It's a bee colony, essentially, where the drones are just beaten to death, and that's all they're for. They're just there to serve the existence of the procreating queen, and they are not there to have a life. They're not there to be part of the competition, because the competition is just about the queen's genetic code. Nobody else's matters. That's the insidious process that we are a byproduct of, and that has to be an essential part of this argument, in my opinion. I mean, you really can't fully understand how insidious, evil, nasty, horrible the system is until you accept the fact that it makes the worst human monster, look like Mr. Rogers by comparison.
Asymmetry would apply to humans and to all other sentient beings. But when we come to claims about it being wrong to reproduce, that you're doing something morally wrong, well, that now requires some kind of...
So, no, the argument should just be that it's unreasonable, it's irrational. In light of the facts that you are subjecting some percentage of these victims to substantial torture, that will be the price paid for your fun of having something to play with, a pet. You have to include the puppy farm in your enjoyment of your manufactured toy poodle. It's part of the price paid, is all the little dead puppies. Okay, you can't play this game that I'm just gonna look at this part of it and say this part of it is clean enough, and then just look at the facts of your own ownership of this pet and the fact that you will cling to it too long, you will torment it to death, you will allow it to live a rather miserable life, and these are all facts, and you haven't created any system to take care of it either. It's so easy for our civilization to say, look, let's just have people who are trained to euthanize animals so they can come to your house and euthanize your dog or cat in its own little bed, okay, without any harassment. I mean, these are things we could simply do if our understanding was better. So this isn't about a moral crime. It's about gross ignorance and stupidity. It's belligerent rejection of any human control over torture because of religious nonsense. These are religious idiots who think it's God's game. It's not our game. It's not the participants' game. It's God's game, and we're not allowed to interfere in God's magical splendor of bloodlust and meat grindery. I mean, God's drinking the blood. Shit.
The moral agency, and humans typically have that agency. At least very many animals, maybe all animals, non-human animals, do not have that agency, and so we might regard their reproduction as being unfortunate. We might even regard it as what some philosophers have called prevent work.
So again, he's saying it's unfortunate that your son is retarded, but yes, we're just going to throw him into the wilderness, right? That's all he deserves. We're not going to care for him. We're not going to pay any money to take him. We're not going to build the yellow buses. We're not going to do any of that shit. Fuck all that shit. We're going to take your little retarded kid and throw him out in the woods. I mean, it's just such a cruel and stupid remark from Benatar that somehow it's off limits. Yeah.
But it would be very difficult to make the claim that those animals are doing something wrong in reproducing.
So that being the case, it would seem to me that's beyond the scope of your definition of antinatalism as you've stated it.
Yes, because if antinatalism is the view that it's morally wrong to bring sentient beings into existence, then...
Okay, so again, he's got this narrow definition that it's only about some kind of moral crime. It's not about the crime, period. And only the cases where somebody knows what they're doing did the crime take place, or should we interfere? So if crazy people kill people, we shouldn't stop crazy people because they're allowed to be crazy. Is that all he's saying? We can't interfere with crazy people because they don't have any rational judgment. So how the hell can we impose any rules about what they're going to do? I mean, it's that stupid. We're the only thing that can intelligently mitigate. There's no other thing that can intelligently mitigate It's just idiotic for him to argue for abdication from that responsibility. It's just as bad as a society that would say, we're just going to throw your retarded kid into the woods and let him get eaten by maggots.
That would not apply to animals reproducing by themselves, but it would apply to our breeding animals, because then we are bringing sentient beings into existence, and that would fall under the scope of the view that it would be wrong to do it.
Mark, anything you want to jump in here on?
I mean, so he's making this insidious decision, distinction between, an animal that we are directly responsible for, in the sense that we are creating an environment that's fake and putting these animals in it. But, it should be understood that every time we create one of these fake environments, it's usually because we cut down a rainforest that had, 1 million more animals in it. It was a much more active biosphere with many, many more animals in it. So we've already done a huge cleansing of the environment. We murdered a bunch of animals to provide room for our beef burgers. So it's not even a valid argument to argue that we've done a crime against creation, because the fact is we uncreated a whole bunch of organisms to create the environment for our special organisms. So again, he's just missing he's hitting this philosophical subject so shallowly and so superficially. I mean, it's he's playing whatever, girl soccer.
Yeah, I'm worried about going into a tangent, but if I may, and I'm not taking on this position for the record, because in my recent interview, I also espoused, when I say include animals, I'm also talking about moral agents creating moral patients or moral subjects into existence. However, there is a pushback on that, because I think they use the term the burden of intelligence or something like that, where we have a responsibility to...
Yes, we have a responsibility to anything that feels anywhere it might be. So it wouldn't matter. I mean, if there actually were aliens on another planet in a horrible circumstance, we would have an ethical imperative to do what we could to make it possible for them to live a less bloody and horrible life. Civilizationalist is all you have to kind of be, is some believer that there is a big difference between waste and inefficiency and deliberate, thoughtful mitigation against inefficiency. That we have an imperative to use our brains to create solutions to problems. That's what the brain does. That's its whole useful function. Yes, it has lots of useless functions, like horny and stuff, but it has a useful function in that it can reason, and it can understand straight line mechanics, and it can do the vector math and figure out the straightest, shortest path to a solution.
Or break the cycle of sentience, being that we are moral agents, so that
I got this wow skin
another
from Olay
commercial.
Body
I can't believe how grotesque this
with
is. God, this is how much they care about the subject. This is how much he respects Benatar, is to do this to a conversation with him. Amazing bullshit. Again, for how much money? How much do you think it could possibly cost? To pay him not to do this.
To that claim that this is our responsibility and our obligation, being the species that can intervene.
Well, if one claims that a conclusion is a logical implication of some earlier claim, it means that as a matter of logic, you just have to accept the later conclusion. But in this case, there are a whole variety of steps that need to be taken. In other words, there are a whole variety of other premises that need to be added to the antinatalist view before you could possibly reach the conclusion that we have an obligation.
Okay, so his simple sentence that everything I'm going to say about antinatalism applies to animals was complete bullshit. So he's completely running away from that statement and saying, no, that's only true under these 5 million special circumstances, these hoops I'm going to create. So you have to jump through all these fucking hoops, and then that's true. I mean, just such a weaselly, backsliding move. I mean, this is such crap philosophy. This guy was a professor of thinking, and this is how shallow he thinks.
To end all sentient life. And those premises are all contentious ones. What we would want at the outset is for those premises to be presented to us for evaluation. But in the
right. And who has done that for 20 years? You know, whatever. Me. Yeah, that's all I'm saying is, yeah, these are hard problems. This isn't going to be like, oh, this is going to be fun. We're going to save the world, and it's going to be fun. I mean, when does the hero get to save the world and it's fun? No, the hero has to jump on grenades. There's lots of, he has to sit in a trench for 3 years, to save the Jews. He has to do something absolutely horrible, to save the day. There's not going to be like, oh, we're going to fix it with some, whatever, blue pill or something. No, we're not going to do it that way.
In the absence of that being done, and perhaps it has been done, I'm just not aware of them doing that, of the ethicists doing that. But in the absence of that...
So he's not aware because he hasn't really watched any videos, right? So has he watched any of my videos all the way through? Any one of them even? Has he watched a Grey Tao Cho video? Has he watched anything to know what an ethicist is? And especially in this case, obviously, if I'm the guy who invented the fucking word, that maybe you would give my statements a little bit of priority over other people's statements, just a little bit maybe, and be able to say, why doesn't Benatar just absolutely say, inmendham, is advocating for a position I don't understand? No, what part of my position doesn't he understand? What part of it is he saying is somehow verboten? You're not allowed to talk about humans caring about animals and recognizing their obligation to them. What a horrible thing to advocate for. How dare he? And again, it's just this. It's the same as the vegan argument, and the only difference between the vegan argument and this argument is that, well, yes, you don't pretend that the only animals in trouble are the ones in a factory farm. You recognize that the feral cats are in a lot worse shape than laboratory cats. And it's just a fact. They're all going to die. And the fact is, laboratory cats might die a lot better than those feral cats are going to die. Absolute fact. Scary motherfucking fact.
I've been quite clear in Better Never to have been that I'm opposed to coercive policies that would restrict people having children, prevent people from having children. And one of the underlying arguments for that is a fallibility argument, and that is that as correct as I think I am in holding these views, I could be wrong. I'm a human being. I'm prone to error. I might not be seeing.
That is true about everything. Yes, no decision is worse, than trying your best. Trying your best is 99% of the time is going to be a lot better than not trying at all. God damn it. I mean, this is such philosophical drivel coming out of this guy.
Certain things. And if I were to impose my views on other people, they might well suffer the costs of my being wrong. Now, this is a view that has to apply to all different concepts.
Yeah, that's why you have the argument. That's why people get online and they make arguments and say, there's absolutely no way we could do this worse than nature is doing it, There's no way that we could stir this thing in some manner that's worse than the way nature's stirring it. I mean, we can't make it worse.
Conceptions of what we ought to be doing. So, for example, you have theists versus atheists, and people who think that abortions are wrong and people who think that abortions are permissible.
Right, and this is all infinitely easier to dissect in the sense that it's quite obvious that these people are unreasonable. They are claiming, I believe because I have faith. Faith is defined as belief without reason, without logic, without evidence, without proof, without a trial, without any kind of intellectual process. It's belief because you want it to be true. It's just ludicrous nonsense as a philosophical position. It has to be called retarded. It's so void of any of the components of reasonable.
Well, you've got a whole array of views, and if some people impose their views on others and use the coercive power of the law to do so, and they are mistaken, then they're going to be doing something really seriously bad.
Oh, yeah, if they're mistaken. And obviously, what could be the possible mistake? You believe there's a realistic chance there was a God and he deliberately created this bloodbath, this insane death struggle for the fun of it? Is that going to be the mistake? Is that we'll offend a psychotic, lunatic, insane God creator thing? That somehow will disappoint this psychotic, crazy, loony God thing? How else could we possibly be wrong? I mean, we're covering every base. We're saying, please, give me your rational possibility scenario here, how we're not bugs, okay, that most of our motivations aren't selfish and corrupt because of our own self-interest, the fact that we only feel our feelings and we don't feel other people's pain. And that really is the whole conversation, right? If you could feel their pain, you wouldn't be investing in it. If the slave owners could feel the anguish and pain and suffering of the slaves, they wouldn't be investing in it.
To other people. And so what this recognition of human fallibility does is it says you've got to be a little humble in your views. You might have convictions. That's fine to have convictions. But...
Right. So again, we're right back to the scenario. So what would Benatar do? You know, if given the option to cure malaria and it would kill 10,000 people or it would kill 100,000 people. What would he invest in? Would he have invested in the cure for, the first cure for syphilis was an arsenic compound that did kill 1% of the people that took the treatment. But in most cases, they lowered that number over time because they could tell which people were metabolizing the drug the wrong way and separating the poison from the chemistry. It was breaking the chemistry down. So, but otherwise it worked. It was this huge success, a gigantic success in the sense that it made people non-infectious. So the disease dies out because people can't get infected anymore. Gigantic benefit to mankind. And so he would be one of the people who tried to sue Ehrlich, for this chemical cure, this chemotherapy. So he'd be against it because it killed 10 people. That's too high a price to pay to save millions. And that's all we're really talking about. Is that he's claiming it's reasonable to deny all possible solutions if they are not perfect. That's all he's saying. Really.
People on the other side are going to have convictions that are at least as strong as yours. And if the fact that you've got a very strong conviction now entitles you to use coercive power over them, then they're going to say, because they've got a very strong conviction, they can use coercive power over you. And that is just...
So again, this is it's even politically retarded. Obviously, if we vote that men who want to rape women have an illegitimate want and desire, they're not allowed to sit there and, claim that, well, I have a right to be an asshole. No, we're allowed to make those definitions. And so he's basically advocating, he's not running away from democracy itself and saying a democracy cannot define any moral crimes. It can't define any right or wrong. It can't put up stop signs. It can't put up speed limit signs. It can't put up any restriction on any notion that some asshole might have in their silly, deluded head, that all notions are respectable. I mean, this is philosophical garbage.
Going to lead to a much worse world than a world where, at the political level, we exercise tolerance and we only use the coercive power of the law in highly restrictive.
Oh, of course. Well, how do you get more important than torture? Oh, let's not apply laws to the problem of torture. We'll only apply laws to something like don't wear a shirt with too many colors because it confuses some people.
Cases. That's a much better world than where whoever's got the power enforces their will on everybody else.
Get a shade that serves your skin.
Amazing.
New Venus Moisture
Really,
Glass. Bars
so
of argan
hideous.
oil of black moisture in.
Oh, crap.
Okay, if there's one...
Oh, fuck. Look at it. It's a real 15-second, at least 30-second commercial. Amazing bullshit. I mean, it's just amazing. This is how he respects Benatar. Is to sell his name and a title when all he's really selling is commercials. Disgusting. Just disgusting. I mean, how could these people have anything to say worth listening to when they believe this is reasonable behavior?
Made a similar argument historically as well to the F-lists that if they were to somehow get into a position where they could be in a position of power to execute this responsibility to manufacture the exit strategy, well, there are...
Yeah, so they are in a position of power not because they took over the government in a coup, but because they democratically got elected. That is, the majority of people recognized the importance of the subject and said, yes, we must do something, we must have a plan, we must be empathetic and decent as human beings. We must use our capacity to reason and apply it to the most serious problem that exists. Yes, what a horror. The horrible ethicist. Yeah, they just want to control people. No, they don't want a solution to a problem. No, they just want to maliciously irritate non-believers.
Other people who don't want to die, and so they would probably have a right to...
Again, this isn't about dying. So again, another complete bullshitism, right? I mean, the fact that they're having this conversation and they can't even recognize that the subject is procreation for human beings, that you're just stopping somebody from procreating. You are not killing them. You're not saying they have to die tomorrow. You're just saying they can't have a kid. Okay, that's the real subject. So he's way off that subject, right? So he's not even on the subject of us taking care of animals in any way. He's telling us that we don't even have a right to tell a person that they can't have a baby because that's killing them. That's what he's arguing, that's the same thing as killing them.
Be just as forceful against the F-lists.
And just think about this in the context of politics, right? It's almost like saying somebody in this society is retarded if they were to propose that 13-year-olds should not be permitted to have children, or that we'll do nothing to encourage or subsidize decisions that are this bad. People who haven't no financing having children. That would be better for society to take the children and raise them in some institution that's well constructed, Disneyland. Let them go to a Disneyland orphanage. We will build Disneyland, the orphanage, all right, and we will protect children from ignorant, stupid, reckless, sloppy, drug-doped morons. No child should be left behind to live with a moron, be raised by a moron. That shouldn't be a possibility in a civilization.
Who wanted to achieve that, and as you say, it would just create chaos. It would turn into a totalitarian nightmare.
Says him. So this prediction of doom, and it's doesn't go anywhere, because the real argument is when we're at this position, it is clear that most people raised in this culture have now figured out that, yes, life isn't this delusionally fun thing. It's not a free game. It's not a free lunch. That this is very expensive and it's very serious, and we have to take it serious. So in that context, I don't see chaos breaking out. And the only chaos will be, a bunch of Muslims going, Allah, blah, 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 jihad, jihad. And that's a problem already. We already have too many fundamentalist retards, and they're the only thing that's going to be in the way. They're the only obstacle that's going to stand in the way, is some fundamentalist religious lunatic.
Or a civil war of some kind.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Any variety of horrific outcomes that could result.
Okay, so Benatar's not even backing down about doing anything for animals. He's backing down about doing anything for people also. He will not achieve the goal of anti-natalist freedom, okay, because he's basically saying, I will not legislate anything. I won't even tax having kids. I won't do anything, or untax. I won't even take away the subsidies for child rearing and breeding. Okay, I'll in fact keep subsidizing the creation of human beings. So, Benatar isn't even an anti-natalist.
And in fact, human history is littered with examples of ideologies that have sought to impose themselves, and they've been very often benevolent.
No, that's not the truth. The truth is that a bunch of religious morons have gone across the world and said, believe in this book or I'll kill you. And they did it to some of the most advanced, most literate civilizations ever. Alexandria you can bring up. Tons of civilizations absolutely destroyed by these brutal thugs, okay, who were the opposers against any kind of human advancement. They're the anti-progressionalists, okay, the people who don't think we should ever get out of our burqas. We should, wear our beards and be devoted to the Holy Scripture, and that's it. We have nothing else to do on this planet but plant potatoes and praise God. Well, fuck that.
Ideologies, and they're aiming at some good. They are committed to some conception of what would be good.
Why don't you give us an example? I wish Benatar would give us an example of this horrible goodwill effort. Now, I would argue that, okay, feeding the starving people in Africa, big mistake, because all they do is turn the food into babies. So yeah, don't bother. Unless they agree to, put on the condoms, don't give them the food.
And yet, because they are willing to use any means to bring that about, they tend to do absolutely awful things in pursuit of their ideal state.
Okay, so where is his list of examples? Where are all these examples in human history where the do-gooders just made a horrible, awful mess? Yeah. Oh, what a pile of shit. And the bad doers, the evil fucking religious kooks, just saved the world. They made everything so wonderful.
That's not been good in the past. There's no reason to think it's going to be any better in the future.
This time it'll be different.
Absolute bullshit. So they have no example. They provided zero example of some parallel philosophy that caused all of this horrible mayhem. Let's imagine that vegetarianism, does become a majority belief, and we, as a sensible society, try to get people off their addiction to meat, and winnow them off of it. So we raise the prices, we do some different things to discourage it, all right, and eventually annihilate it, like we're trying to do with cigarette smoking, right? I would say that taxing poor people is not a great idea, but to create this discouraging thing. But yes, obviously it would always start with the young people. If you can prevent the young people from being corrupted by something, then, you win. If they wait until they're 18 to have their first kid, they have 2 or less. If they have the kid before, the younger they start having children, the more children they have. These are statistical facts. Those facts can be applied to the circumstance, and you can create all kinds of, better outcomes. So again, where is do-gooder thinking going to be a problem? How is it going to make the problem worse by doing that do-gooder thinking and saying maybe I should pay kids to go to school?
Well, that's the common mistake that people make, is they think they are somehow exceptional.
So again, you have to think you're exceptional to in any way mitigate, to help alleviate suffering. So like, say if we argued for the right to die, it would create some kind of immense problem because we would lose all these people who really didn't want to die. They just thought they did. And they're such vital contributors because, you know, their depression and malaise and and whiny bitchiness is just so good for society. They were so ultra productive. We lose all these ultra productive people. What a big fucking lie. You know it. I know it. Okay? We're not going to lose anybody who matters. The people who could have been convinced that their life is wonderful is going to be a useless percentage. They're not going to be the most vital people in society.
Of course, this view that we've got a duty to annihilate all things also presupposes very extensive views of what our duties are. And those kinds of views...
Okay, so again, is it really extensive to recognize that it's just about brains, and it's about your brain realizing mine's not the only one that's feeling, and what's the problem? Is it because it's in my brain and I feel it, it's a problem, but what's in some other brain, it's not a problem? So it's like me saying broken leg is only important when it happens to me. Broken leg happening to other people, how does that have anything to do with me? That's irrelevant. I mean, it's that simple an argument. It's just recognizing that the problem exists of sentience. Okay, that's the argument. It isn't about who has it. Okay, it's not about us individually, what our desires are. It's just about the fact that this is a liability. That it comes with this huge amount of wasted torture.
These are controversial. They're controversial even when you are benefiting people in ways that they would like to be benefited. But they're going to be even more controversial where you think that your duty, your very extensive duty, extends to doing horrific things.
Okay, so there's just no examples, right? So he's pretending that what he's saying is backed up by some science or some statistics or some, factual table with all of the, go do-gooder made mess, do-gooder made mess, do-gooder made mess. He keeps saying it, but he's not going to defend it with anything. What does he think the big mistakes were of the do-gooders? Besides, subsidizing poor parenting.
To people, like killing them or torturing them or exterminating them in some other way.
I agree with you, and again, that to me comes down to what I've looked at the argumentation underlining Efilism. One of my primary objection to the Efilist position is that it's such an extraordinary conclusion to mandate a responsibility on humanity to annihilate.
Okay, so that's just amazing. It's an extraordinary leap for me to say sentience isn't just human, and that it is, in all practical fact, realized in all of these other animals that have the same genetic heritage that we have. They are made of the same cells. They are made of the same brain features. They have the same structure, and it's just a little bit different in form. We're talking about the difference between a green caterpillar and a brown caterpillar here. And they're pretending that the brown ones somehow don't matter. Only the green ones matter. And he's calling that an extraordinary leap. I shouldn't have any empathy for animals. I should just have empathy for white people. Why don't you go that far? Yeah, why don't you say that?
All sentience to eliminate suffering. That is such an extraordinary conclusion. You really...
So again, amazing. Just amazing that's now an extraordinary leap. Is just to extend the notion of the dangers of being alive to animal organisms. And it's exactly the claim that Benatar made on the 3rd page of his book, emphatically stating that everything I'm going to say about the human condition applies to the animal condition. So it's a complete reversal. Amazing. I mean, it's just amazing how duplicitous this conversation between these assholes is.
You need to have bulletproof reasoning for that, and the reasoning just isn't there. It basically boils down to, you know, suffering and the cause of suffering, which they say DNA is the cause of suffering. That's the product of a wasteful, failed, and undesigned experiment. That's P1. P2, humans have the capacity to manufacture the exit strategy for life. Therefore, conclusion, humans have a responsibility to execute that exit strategy. And for me, that leap from the premises to the...
Okay, so again, the leap is I'm recognizing that it's a brain condition, and the exact same brain condition, okay, minus mathematics and vocabulary, exists in these other creatures, and they are deserving of our empathy. Now, he's saying if somebody loves their dog, they're doing something extraordinarily perverted. Okay, if you care about the welfare of your cat and its comfort, you are extraordinarily perverted. I mean, you've done something so silly with your neurons. Your neurons have done some crazy thing to think that you have some responsibility to a vulnerable, sensitive animal, that you should help it across the street, or that you should help it off the street, for example, right? I mean, I had this problem the other night. You know, I'm walking down a street at night, and a little kitten comes up to me, you know, and it's like, oh shit, you know, and it's you know, wanting attention, and it's all, and I can't know whether it's somebody's cat. I can't know, but I can only conclude it's not likely that it's a feral cat, and if it is a feral cat, it's a feral cat somebody is feeding, so that's okay. But here it is in the middle of the street, and I got to try to train it that you can't hang out in streets, okay? It's bad for you. I shouldn't think that's my obligation. I shouldn't think I should be compelled to do something to protect that animal from harm. This idiot thinks that's an extraordinary leap for my brain to think I should give a damn. And this fucker has an audience. There's people who will sit there and defend this lying sack of shit who talks all of this goddamn garbage, all right? This slandering, weaselly human being. And he says something like that, and these morons are going to say, yes, I agree. Yes, we shouldn't give a damn about our pets. They're for our function. They're for our comfort. They're for us. We are allowed to use them parasitically. They have no interest in this. Their interests are not important. No one should give a damn if there's puppy farms. That's what this fucker is saying. And Benatar's talking to him? Oh, I was compelled by his profound reasoning. This is profound reasoning? No, this is a religious kook.
The conclusion, it's unjustified. It's too big.
Yes, I think there's a big leap there, but even the second premise is problematic, because it's not clear that we do have the capacity to end all sentient life.
Amazing. So you know, it's not about what our capacity is anyway. It's about what our potential capacity is. All right, so that's part of the argument. But again, if these people knew anything about physics, you know, chain reactions happen, you know, and there's all kinds of ways to make something happen, and it's just ridiculous to say, oh, we humans can't do something. You're underestimating, and it's just as bad. That one you can give lots of examples of people throughout all human history saying, you'll never fly, you'll never do this, you'll never cure a disease, you'll never, yeah, sure, we'll never do it.
What's much more likely is that we would, if we tried to do this, end vast amounts of sentient life, but not all of it. And then you would have had all the suffering that you've caused and all the death that you've caused.
And all the death, they were all going to die. They were all going to die horribly. So let's not, how the fuck are you saying I'm causing death? You can't cause something's death because it's inevitable, you fucking dumb cunt. So again, that's how superficial his philosophical understanding is, that he thinks death is a harm. No, it's how you die. And the absolute truth is, you can't do it worse than nature. I mean, come on. In what case do animals die in any kind of graceful way? I mean, it's only happens when there's a flood or an earthquake, you know, and they're killed in maybe a minute or less. But I mean, in 99% of cases, they are tortured to death. And this asshole is going to say that somehow I can do worse than that. I can kill them worse than nature's going to kill them. I mean, it's a ridiculous premise. All right, let's see. I'm debating whether this is enough for now. I have been glancing at the comments, and there's not much there. And that's, what else is there? It is hard to have it's a deeper philosophical conversation that you can type in these chat thing.
And because you haven't completed the job, because you're actually unable to complete the job.
Okay, so that's his prediction is that somehow we will fail, so we shouldn't try. And so it's just like somebody saying, well, curing malaria, no, too hard to do, so don't bother trying. I mean, he's just giving away victory, okay, and just embracing defeat. It's, hug the bathwater and throw the baby to the wind. I mean, it's lame and weak rhetoric. He's not a do-gooder. He's a do-nothinger.
Then sentience would be preserved and also then multiplied from that point onwards. And so it's going to be a net cost rather than a net benefit.
Well, that's right. Essentially.
So it is not right. I mean, it's just a biological fact that even if you left some microbes on Earth, they would still have to re-evolve the neuron, which only happened once in hundreds of millions of years of evolution. It only happened once. One organism. Okay, it only has one origin organism. Okay. Nothing ever like it. There's no other way to have a brain than to have neurons, a specific kind of electrical cell. There's no other brains made out of anything else. So, I mean, again, this is just a bullshit conversation. Sentience is a brain function. Parameciums are irrelevant. They're little chemical machines. They don't feel. It's not the problem.
It creates an inflection point. If it's not perfectly executed, it just creates an evolutionary inflection point where evolution takes off in a different direction. And who knows?
So this is just pathetic naysaying with no factual evidence, no physics, no biology, nothing, no arguments made from any kind of intellectual or sensible source. They're just opining about, we don't want it to happen, so we'll just predict it would fail.
That might end up in a worse place than now.
If I may jump in, one thing that's been brought up by people who defend ethylism is from the back of your book, and I just wanted to get a comment on that, if I may.
Sure.
So it says, so in Better Never to Have Been, the back, it says, this book argues for a number of related, highly provocative views. 1, coming into existence is always a serious harm. 2, procreation is always wrong. 3, it is wrong not to abort fetuses at the earlier stages of gestation. And 4, it would be better if, as a result of there being no new people, humanity became extinct. So this is brought up.
Yeah. So again, he didn't really think through his argument because he just left the whole. This applies to the animal condition, but not in any relevant way. Yeah, not in any way you should pay any attention to. It completely applies, but it doesn't apply at all. I mean, hilarious.
When people are bringing up this conception of extinctionism, which I would object to that phrasing because I think there are multiple methods of extinction, and people who are against killing extinction aren't necessarily against the dying extinction. But that aside, you are making a declarative statement that it would be better that there is no sentient life, correct?
It would be better, yes, all things being equal. But
yeah, all things being perfect. Yeah, all solutions being perfect. All causes being not us. Okay, so it's okay if a meteor destroys the planet. It's okay if an asteroid does it. It's okay if lots of mechanical systems make it happen. Like that, let's say the magnetic field actually does switch. Some people say, oh, it's not going to make any difference. I think it would make a gigantic difference, right? Because I think it's going to blow up the entire magnetosphere. It's going to end up fluctuating, and we're going to be annihilated by cosmic rays and other kinds of radiation, and we're all going to die of cancer. But anyway, let's say, so there's all these little things just hanging out there, right? We can't even, the idea that we're going to survive nanotechnology and all this stuff that's going to come in the decades to come. The manufacture of viruses, all this kind of stuff, all this stuff is hanging there ready to just make a horrible mess out of our civilization. And, this asshole is just doing this weak, superficial view of the conditions and what we can do about anything, and just pretending. Let's not have a rational conversation about it. Let's just talk about how we feel about it. Let's have an emotional conversation.
There certainly matters how you bring that about. And the blurb you read did indicate by there being no new people as opposed to by killing off people.
Right. So nobody's talking about killing off people. So again, this is the funny part, right? Like, where did anybody advocate for killing people here? where was that argument made that we have to kill people? Was that argument ever made by anybody that we have to kill them? No. So why is this part of the subject? And again, why would it matter in the sense that they're going to die anyway? So it's just kind of a silly argument in a lot of ways. So, but anyway, the point is that nobody is advocating killing anyone. They're saying they can't have kids, for fuck's sake. You can't tell the difference between shooting somebody in the head and telling them they can't have kids. Those two things are indistinguishable. Oh, fuck you, they are.
What is your objection to the different methods of extinction? And would you classify yourself as an extinctionist if you don't agree with one method?
Well, again, it depends what you mean by extinctionist. It's such a vague term.
People are starting to use that now, and yeah.
Well,
how is the term vague? I mean, sorry, this is just such a funny conversation. How is the term extinction vague? It only has one definition, that you end something's presence. There's no other definition. How can it possibly be vague? I mean, how can you have, it's like a little pregnant. How do you become a little bit pregnant? You can't be a partial or a marginal or a confused extinctionist. I mean, there's just no way to confuse the fucking term. It means you wish the thing to go extinct. There's a real definition. It's over. It's a real end. Oh, that's just too ridiculous.
Extinction, because killing off people and other animals.
Okay. So it's again killing off people. There's no advocating for killing human beings. Absolutely no reason that has to be any part of the conversation whatsoever. No humans must die. They just must change their behavior. That's all. Okay, change what they describe as a good time. They have to learn to like to eat something different than the cow. Oh, horror. You're going to make them eat potato chips, instead of chickens.
Is to do a very serious harm. It's to inflict a very serious harm, namely killing beings. Now, of course, there are philosophical views that deny that painless killing is bad, the Epicurean views. I just don't think that the balance of consideration support.
Okay, so he doesn't believe that it matters how you kill something. So again, and that there's no way you could ever do anything like culling, to prevent animals from starving. That's out of you can't do that. You can't cull a population of buffalo or something to make their life better. You can never do it for a humanitarian reason. You can only do it because you have a bloodlust or something, and you're evil and immoral. But you can never do it for a moral reason, or an ethical reason, or a caring reason. So anybody at a hospital that gives somebody a little extra morphine because it's the end and they want to go, no, they've committed a horrible crime. I mean, this is just such a pile of shit. God, I'm so disappointed. This is what Benatar has turned into. He's now a vice against the cause. He's now an obstacle to the cause because he's just making erratic noises that pretend there's some complicated thing here that we must, we can't even have the conversation about the solution because somehow it's verboten, because it's not our right to talk about the welfare of animals. It's outside of our purview. I mean, he might as well be attacking vegans. I suppose he will in the second half of the video, right? Yeah. So, all right. So I think I'll leave it there at 17 minutes. And I'll come back to this again and finish it. I didn't know it was this bad, frankly. I thought he was going to do some, verbal gymnastics to try to separate himself from the worst bad behavior of advocates. But he's separating himself from the whole subject. He's not he's not separating himself from people that have there's no, whatever you want to call it, the bad actors, the people who do harm to the cause, because they, their aggressiveness is a kind of evil fascist. You don't go out and assassinate people or children or anything to win your argument. That's cheating. But I mean, it is an absolute truth that I will defend, though, that civil wars aren't unnecessary. They are. Anyway, I mean, I guess he would be against the fact that the North tried to free the slaves. He probably thinks that was a mistake. I mean, it's just, frankly, if you take his philosophy to its logical conclusions, that's what it adds up to. Is somebody who wouldn't save the Jews, and he wouldn't have saved the slaves, and he wouldn't have ever interfered to protect victims. So all the organisms that are going to be born into a bad circumstance and have to endure being brutally killed, none of those victims deserve saving. None of them. Oh, look at that. The people who wish to make Adam Lanza live forever. Yes, they have to show up and praise Adam Lanza. He is the holy whatever, the Trinity, all rolled into one. Yes, they must keep his name alive forever. It's just it's so funny, Yeah. But whatever. I mean, that's the game played. Just a bunch of hypocrisy and duplicity. That's all they got. No counter arguments. Just hypocrisy and duplicity. And slander. And lying, of course. And, yeah. Bullshit. Trolling is cool, though, makes you intelligent. That's not exactly a great sentence. Yeah, well, live chat is, sorry, chat is just crap, but all comments are crap because most people can't do logic. It's just a fact. There's just very few people on this planet that can do any clean reasoning, and I should know, because I know what it is. I know what it is because I've spent my whole life looking for it. and recognizing the danger of how brains work and how they like to contrive purpose and function, and how they like to defend all their particular little fetishes. My fetishes are cool. Your fetishes are sucky and stupid. Well, there's 3 or 4, bunch of snowflakes in here, right? Do you think that's an argument that means anything? I'm just saying, obviously that kind of argument is a win for our side, right? I mean, if that's the best they can do, bunch of snowflakes. Yeah, I love my cats, the pets. I love my dogs. I love, I'm quite capable of finding great community, okay, with animals, especially mammals, you know. And it's just a fact, and it's a perfectly reasonable thing to do, is to be empathetic and concerned with their welfare. And it's a perfectly unreasonable thing to call it snowflaking if, you know, Granny is in the nursing home and she's paranoid and afraid and tormented, and you should just not care because you don't want to be a snowflake. I mean, you know, so he's making our argument for us. He's showing the opposers to be the cruel, cynical, selfish assholes that they are. So, you know, to me, that's chat food. That's not chat poison. But I'll block him anyway. I mean, he's proving the point, isn't he? I mean, I was just saying, calling me a sympathetic wimp. Okay, that's what the evil, you know, AL guy did, right? We'll just, you know, make it like the N-word. The AL guy said I was too much of a sympathetic wimp. So anyway, I would say, you could say something like, good job, Gary, you really nailed this first half. Yeah, you could say that. No, I think I nailed it. I mean, it's just such a simple argument, again. And what do? They lie and say, we're planning to kill humans. No, that's not what we're planning. And we're not even planning, we're just talking about the fact that we need a plan. And, you know, that the plan might pragmatically not be beautiful, unless you think, you know, mushroom clouds are beautiful. You know, in the context of the solution, they will be. But I'm just saying, you know, obviously, yeah, there's just, again, they think the hero shouldn't have to do anything heroic. They think that the hard job should be easy. And no, that's not how it works. That's not how they're the snowflakes, you know, looking for perfect solutions, demanding perfect solutions. But they made it all clear, right? They all just sat there and complained that nitpicked. Well, you know, somebody might stub their toe, you know, going to the counter to get their penicillin. So, you know, let's not bother making penicillin because, you know, people might stub their toe, you know, and it'll be bad. So, that, you know, let's not bother. Yeah, Berry Hill's a bit of a weirdo, frankly. But whatever. I don't know. You know, I don't know what he said in here, but he does say some. He's a little Snake Plisskenous. You know, he's a little bit. Yeah, you know, it's almost like, oh fuck, never mind. you know, it's like he's got 90% of this clear, perfect, you know, lens glass, you know, and just precise and perfect, and then the 10% of it is just a complete goofy mirror. You know, it's just funny. Yeah, I mean, it is just, I'm just saying, Benatar, you know, like I said, he's been on my shit list for a while. And because I heard, you know, secondhand that he was making these flippant, silly little remarks about ephilism as being something else than what it is, which is just including the animals, just as he stated in his book. It's just stating that, yes, the animals are got to be included in the strategy. Whatever the strategy is, no point in having it if we're not going to include the animals. If we're just going to annihilate humans, then we're just going to leave the meat grinder running and pretend, well, there's no humans to hear it, so it isn't a meat grinder anymore. Is that the theory? You know, it's like the tree falling in the forest. If a human isn't here to hear the screams don't exist. Is that the theory? Then it's really stupid. Yeah, if that's his theory, he's really fucking dumb. So better never to have Benatar. That should be, you know, I mean, my title's similar to that, I think, but I mean, better never to have Benatar. He's not an asset to the subject anymore. He's a liability. He's a backstabbing, turncoat, and wimpy, silly snowflake fucktard. Yes, exactly. Better to shrug and do nothing. But anyway, yeah, big fail. Big, giant fail. Oh, I don't. Schopenhauer flinched all over the place. I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, come on. Again, Schopenhauer was, you know, obsessed with the human condition, and he was, in his own personal problems, his own inability to emotionally see through his own psychological damage. I mean, his father committed suicide. His mother inherited the money. He resented her controlling the pocketbook. So then he had a whole theory about how women are, you know, should be kept in the closet again. You know, they should be put back in the barefoot in the kitchen kind of thing. I mean, he was a chauvinist and an idiot. A clothes horse. He wasted a ton of money just buying nice clothes and having somebody empty his poopy pot. You know, he thought, you know, pretty much, I think he thought slavery was okay. He was a privileged douche in a lot of ways, and just that, just a privileged academic, you know, probably with no more depth than Benatar. Depth of understanding. But whatever, go ahead and like him, I don't care. I mean, I read both his books, you know, The Blue and whatever the other shit book was, and I you know, I fell asleep through most of it. It's just this on and on and on, inane little trivial stories about absolute shit. So yeah, it didn't mean much to me. Alright, so I will take a short break, put the cat back on, and I still have a little coffee, so I'll be back. All right. Yeah, well, all I drink is coffee, frankly. I don't drink anything else. It's just, yeah. It's the only thing keeping me alive, frankly. But anyway, I guess we can temporarily get rid of this. So I'm at 1751. I have to write that down somewhere. 1751. 1751. What do I want to say? Just thinking another thought about Benatar. You know, I don't want to just rag on Benatar. There's no point in doing that. What was it? Oh, yeah. He implied that certain abortions are in some way dicey. That somehow you could, like, say, a late-term abortion is somehow something dangerous or something. And again, so that's another argument that can be had about how our own biology functions and recognizing what sentience and consciousness is. And I mean, these arguments, I think, are, you know, you can know them from your own experience in some ways. But even when you were a kid, I remember crying and being, you know, kind of just hysterical. And I wasn't in pain. I wasn't suffering in any way. I was just frustrated. And so all I was doing was signaling to my parent to do something because their kid is frustrated. Not that I was in some sort of real distress or there was anything real bothering me. And so, you know, you can get a sense that every reaction that a baby has nothing to do with the baby, because the baby can't function. It can't reach out and grab something. It can't do anything with feelings. And the only thing it's doing is signaling to a parent to do something. So, I mean, it's just, you know, it's a real subject to recognize that this consciousness thing doesn't just poof in. We don't have a soul, and all of a sudden, like a soul, your sentience just pops into your little brain. Okay, the fact is that it comes on you, all right, in this gradually kind of process, you know, where you just kind of all of a sudden realize you're alive. And you had 3 years of history that you barely even know what they were. Even when you're 4 years old, you can't remember anything about how you got here. You know, you look at a baby picture and say, "Who the fuck is that?" You know, that's me. Oh, okay. I have no idea. So I mean, you know, this is that subject is a little more nuanced than you know, just again saying because we're going to try to side on offending no one and offending nothing, that we're going to pretend that we have to be terribly concerned that there's something at jeopardy here. And this is in spite of the fact that we're injecting perfectly sentient organisms with cancer right now in some laboratory. You know, in that context, it was absolutely ridiculous to sit there and make an argument that there's some worse horror that we're capable of perpetrating against fetuses. It's just silly. It's a silly argument, frankly. If you're going to do anything called science, I think it's scientifically silly. I mean, really, you know, philosophy, if you're going to talk about the philosophy of life and the meaning of life, you really do have to have some understanding of evolution and the construction of a biological organism. And it seems that Benatar lacks any of that education. There's no Mars life. It's just too ridiculous. They did this before. This is just we've already been there and done that, haven't we? Where they found some kind of crystals that look like little things and they somehow mean something. They're not going to mean anything, okay? They're not going to find any DNA. They're not going to find any mechanism of the active biological machinery. Just not going to happen. And then the way science takes a tiny indication of something and exaggerates it into a whole big narrative, it's just so ridiculous. Especially in the context where we can't even preserve these kinds of life forms anyway. You know, it's just you know, there's going to be fossils on Mars that are made by processes that don't even exist on Earth that create fossils, right? So they don't even, Mars doesn't even have those processes. Yeah, birth is really quite rather. Yeah, it's rough. I mean, you'd almost say that to save cats the, you know, horror of giving birth, even to save the mother cats this, you know, and the fact that they end up doing it over and over and over again, and you just, I mean, I have video of these little kittens, you know, the feral kittens that were living here for a while, and all of them died. And, you know, they're just so damn cute, and they're so, you know, so precious. And you just think of, you know, one of them I found on the street got hit by a car, you know. And you're just saying, what, you know, coyote gets them, you know, something, you know, it's just, you know. I wince because, you know, and that's just this, it's nothing. It's an atom, you know, in an apple kind of thing, or an apple to the earth kind of thing. It's a tiny, 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 tiny little piece of the horror that takes place every millisecond. And I have to have this conversation with other human beings that we're in big trouble. That this is big trouble. We're in a, this is a Freddy's nightmare. This is Freddy's nightmare quantum expanded. This is the Freddy nightmare singularity of doom. I mean, I don't know how to, you know, and it's just amazing that people are so glib, so insensitive. So willing to endorse torturing little animals for the silly game human beings are playing, for football. Let's all do it for the glory of the football hero. Yeah, let's torture zillions of animals for the glory of the next Super Bowl champion team. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, it's such a farce. A disgusting, grotesque farce. Yes, well, it's good that now and then I get exposed to a new person now and then, but it's a rare event, unfortunately, because of the YouTube algorithm. I am considered not worthy of, you know, the same kind of exposure as the commercial-laden videos are. You know, there's all kinds of ways to say something. I don't think I'd say life as a blind accident. You know, this kind of stuff. It's not appropriate metaphors. In a sense, evolution would be a probable outcome of anything reproducing. You just have to say it's inevitable that once you make a Xerox machine, you're going to make a Xerox machine that makes imperfect copies, because it will make a copy machine that's more likely to survive. And so that will be a road taken by these machines. The machine universe will make evolution if it ever makes a reproducing compound. So, but the argument is fortunately reproducing compound is very complicated because you need something that can read the code. And so you don't need just the molecule, you need the molecule that can read the molecule. And so without that, you have nothing. But it is, just a fact that it's not just random. I mean, the way there's likely sequential steps, and all you're really arguing is if it achieves the 1 in a million lightning strike that creates the blah blah blah, the first nucleic cell. I mean, it's this bizarre circumstance where a cell eats another cell, and the cell it ate, like an alien, takes over the cell. It's those kind of circumstances aren't going to be very likely. Yeah, it doesn't take much to reject religion, frankly. So, like I said, I've made sort of so many jokes about how easy it was for me to lose all confidence in the story, and most of my motivation for losing confidence was just the realization if God doesn't like my penis, then he can fuck himself. What the fuck? I can't have a personal relationship with a God who hates my penis. Fuck that. The whole thing is just so ridiculous. It's just we're made in God's image, and yet God, he's got both a vagina and a penis. He's an Aphrodite thingy. What's the whole story is just so ridiculous. You're just like, what the fuck are they talking about? It's just so bad. Noah's Ark. I mean, you go through all that, you're just like, what the fuck are they talking about? How it's almost like you're almost feel humiliated if you didn't reject religion when you were 3. It's such a bad theory. It's so fucking mindlessly silly. But yeah, I can say I never had any sincere hope that there was a Santa Claus, and I never had any sincere belief there was a God. It just wasn't something I could comprehend. So they would tell me there's one, I have to go beg him not to torture me, but I never believed I was talking to God. I just never could do it. I could have zero confidence. It was just, okay, I'll do the ritual, but I'm not buying it. Yes, well, I appreciate a kind word now and then. I do have to eat an awful lot of rocks and spitballs and poo and all kinds of crap that gets thrown at me. But again, I just, it's just so hard to be to personally interact with people, just because it's gone wrong so many times. And it's just sad, but just a fact that I am very consistent. I've been the same person my whole life, and apparently most people aren't. They change who they are every 3 years or something. But I am smarter than I was, but I really don't have any notions of reality that are any different than I had when I was 11. I'm just better at verbalizing it, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, we all have to play life. You have to breathe. You have to do a lot of stuff just to keep yourself alive. And it's very distracting because you have to try to do that with some sort of sincere motivation. It's very hard to do. It's hard to live if you can't do any part of it with any sincere passion. So you can't get overwhelmed by the fact that you're living next to a meat grinder, so to speak. That you can, if you listen, you can hear the screams. So yeah, you have to sometimes, you have to spend an awful lot of your life, putting in your mental earplugs and trying to focus on what you need to do to get from here to tomorrow and all that kind of crap. So it is it's playing life right and fair is not easy. Because you have such an obligation to extend your capacity to worry to all the other things that need somebody to worry for them. And if you do that, you're going to drown in your worry, in your despondency, in your depression, and you can't let that happen. So you have to keep fighting for enough regularity. I mean, habits help. I guess that's why I garden and do these different things, because they are pleasant distractions where you can be occupied in this little problem and you can solve these little problems, and you're less overwhelmed, because if you really think about what's going on and what will happen, your own death can scare the shit out of you. I mean, just if you spend any time at all just wondering what's going to come to kill you, and how bad is it going to kill you, it can take all the fun out of living, that's for sure. Just thinking about it, just worrying about it, just contemplating it. But that's honest, and you're just not allowed to be honest, because if you're honest and recognize your fate, you're going to be disabled. You're going to be dysfunctional. You're just not going to be able to do what's necessary to get from day to day. It's terrible. And for people to defend this predicament, to defend, continually putting people in this dilemma where their intelligence will be their enemy, their empathy will be their enemy, being sympathetic and caring and loving and decent, these will all be enemies to your function, to your welfare. And that's probably the most insidious part of the procreator's plan, is what is their idea? What do they think is going to happen? They're going to raise their kid to be stupid and ignorant and glib? I don't see them doing that. But that would be the only way they could truly invest in their own philosophy. Well, whatever. It's just disgusting. Yeah, it's all so horrible. And to have to spend all this time just getting people to acknowledge there's a problem that needs solution. Amazing. Amazing evidence of just how little human intelligence has been allowed to flourish, and how it's just bound to, penises and anuses. That the only it's just a scheming mechanism for a bunch of visceral, silly impulses. Yeah, well, it's kind of hard to take credit for not having kids, just because you again, why would you have them if you're a reasonable person, even without anti-natalism being a good cause? Just the whole who wants to live that life? I want responsibility, you know, to spend my whole day with worry, just a big worry ball tied to me. Everything I say, everything I do, everything I allow to happen can destroy this creature I've created. Everything it feels and every part of its destiny will be completely controlled by what I do. Why the fuck would I want that job? I mean, that's just too silly. I mean, I can't, you know, I think I could even resist the seduction of $1 million paycheck or even $1 billion paycheck and concede that the money wouldn't be enough compensation for how abhorrent I would find the obligation to measure every single interaction and try to understand whether I've just made a mess, you know, whether I just stabbed my own kid in the fucking balls, you know, with something I said, something I did. Oh, god damn. No. Okay, so anyway, let's see, is one of the discussion these days that many anti-life seem to be too mild. I mean, the human extinctionists are not too mild. I mean, they're saying let's eradicate the most intelligent organism on Earth and give the planet back to dinosaurs. I mean, what? There's nothing, it's not about being mild, it's about being stupid as fuck. I mean, they're just crazy dumb. Yeah, it's still there, the videos, sure. I think there's a link right below to it in the description, actually. I have to redo this. I have to work. You know, there's so many things. I just, oh, god damn. You know, I'm just complaining that you know, my life is really a lot of work. You know, and I don't get paid for anything. And it's just, you know, and there's so many little aggravations, and you know, just having to, you know. It's just not a very, you know, I was a lot happier, you know, 5 years ago. Moving was not a good thing, but like I said, where I lived was going to hell anyway, so it wasn't viable. So it was going to have to change anyway, and just getting old. It just, you know, part of it is I don't like getting old. Don't like it at all. And you know, yeah, I'm just not very comfortable either physically. I mean, I'm, you know, you could argue I'm healthy, but I mean, again, I had Lyme disease again. You know, it was just different things. I had the floaters for a while in my eyes, which was really annoying. Well, okay, annoying. It's not painful, but I mean, yeah, it's just. You know, it's just, you know, it does fuck with your head. You know, keep having the spots in front of your eyes, and that never came back, which is nice. You know, but I just don't. Yeah, I just don't feel good. I just don't feel good enough of the time. You know, and it's a part of it's just my anxiety disorder, I guess, and you know, it's just, yeah, my existence is just more stressful because, you know, I have to pretend, you know, to be civilized. I don't like pretending. I don't mean civilized in a bad way. I just mean, you know, I don't, you know, I don't like wiping my feet, and I don't like doing this, and I don't, you know, I'm just lazy about a lot of this minutia that other people are concerned with. Yeah, I've had an anxiety disorder for my just about, you know, my entire adult life, and you know, it ruined my life, but in some sense it made my life, because it kept me out of trouble. I can imagine I would have made a lot of bad relationship decisions and a lot of other crap if I had the liberty to do that. So in some ways, it's only through isolation and, yeah, I guess isolation, that I was able to do all of this internal cleaning, you know. So I didn't clean my room, but I did clean my brain. So unlike whatever that shithead says, it's not about cleaning your room, it's about organizing your thoughts. Yeah, well, I had to notice them just because they are floaters, you know what I mean? They'd start way up here, and then they're here, and then, you know, they would, you know, they kept changing where they were, which was, and, you know, when they were at different angles, the light hit them different. So in some places they weren't so bad, and then in other places they were quite distracting. But it's all stuff you just don't, you know. Shingles. I got shingles, you know, last year, and that was amazingly horrible. I got like the worst version, you know, right around the waist, and, you know, the belt of pain or whatever they call it, and it went right to my lower back, you know. So it just, you know, it was like you got this horrific backache, and everything hurts, and your skin is just. You just can't touch anything. You can't. It's just so fucking bad. Oh, you know, it's months. You gotta, you know, it took at least whatever it was, 2 fucking months, 3 months to go away. You know, but man, that was, yeah, that was bad. Ugh. Ew. But apparently it's just something that happens to you when you get old. You end up, you know, vulnerable to this bullshit. Yeah, I mean, I heard people complain about shingles, but I just mean it, yeah, you know. It just depends on how you get it, but I'm just saying that, yeah, I'm just saying I did get, I think, I got it as bad as you can get it. It was just really bad. You disclose roughly whereabouts in the country your new place. You know, it's only 20 miles from where I was, so yeah, I'm still in New Jersey. It's just that I went from a place where I had hundreds of acres of woods to roam to a place that's just urban and yeah, and it's, you know, and look, I'm not going to say it's just, I went from a place that was rather, you know, culturally narrow to a place that's now culturally expansive and, you know, very diverse. So a very undiverse community to a very diverse community. And it's not like I had anything in common with all the rich, privileged assholes that lived in the old town. But the fact is, they were very civilized. Okay? So, you know, nobody drove down the street with their radio blaring. Nobody, you know, lots of things nobody did. You wouldn't even have your dog barking. You know, that kind of stuff. And it's, you know, and you know, this place, it's, they're heathens, frankly. They're fucking, couldn't give a shitters. They throw trash out their car windows. I mean, just, you don't want to insult animals, but they're just not, they'll shit in your living room. Oh, that's interesting, Dark Endless. I didn't know you were so close. You're not very far away from me now. Yeah. It's funny. Coincidentally and such. Yeah, well, everywhere sucks, frankly. I mean, I grew up in the South, Louisiana, and that's where I learned, frankly, that people suck. Because there was a high percentage of suckiness. Lots of animals down there. Human animals. I've been to Illinois, like I said. I've been through every state. Every state. Yeah, well, I'm not going to bother answering the question how I would. Okay, I don't know. I guess I would put an ether, an ether machine, a machine that creates ether out of moon rocks or something, and I put that on the moon and just make a big pile of ether, and then as soon as we got enough ether, I would, put it on Earth or something, something like that. Well, I mean, I love the South. I mean, I just love the environment. I like being warm, so all of that was very pleasing to me. But the downside is there's a lot of animals, and there's a lot of evolution taking place right in front of you. A lot of life and death, and it makes you. It gives you a clear indication that you're vulnerable. If you can see it, if it happens to that, that's how I was as a kid. I could watch something getting destroyed, and I could say, well, what's protecting me? I don't have a Superman bubble. I mean, I'm not protected. So if it can happen to that, why can't it happen to me? And I don't want to go through that. I don't want that shit to happen to me. So life became scary very quickly. Yeah, the only good news about growing up in Louisiana is my parents were from Canada and they lived in New Jersey, right? So I was born in New Jersey, and then my father got transferred to Louisiana, and so I lived there for 6 years, and then we moved back to New Jersey. So that's the funny part of the story. So when I was like 5 months old is when I left New Jersey. Yeah. And all this has, it all affects you. All these little subtle things, no doubt, turn you into the person you are. And traveling wasn't bad for me. I wasn't comfortable in a car. And I didn't get, like, violently car sick, but I just got nauseous and uncomfortable. And so it was rather taxing to be dragged across the country and, all that. So I know that was also played a big part in making me rather pessimistic about existence, because I knew how expensive everything was. I loved going places. I mean, it was really nice once you got there, but I hated getting there. Just hated it. It's like I took one plane trip as a kid. I won a newspaper contest, and I delivered newspapers, and it wasn't even, I didn't really win in any kind of honest way, in the sense that another kid quit his route, and all I did was go down the streets that he had and ask people if they want the paper. So I got all these new subscriptions, but I didn't get them because I went out and found new territory. I just asked the people who weren't getting the paper anymore if they still wanted it. But anyway, so that part was kind of funny. And, and you won this trip to Florida, but I wanted the second prize, and I won the first prize. I was like, well, can't I have the second prize was a bicycle. So I was like trying to convince them, well, can't I have the bicycle? Can you give the trip to somebody else? Because I hate traveling. Well, anyway, and so they all nagged me, my parents, the people at the newspaper, they're all nagging me. I have to take this trip. I have to take this trip. And I just did not want to get in an airplane. I just figured that was not for me. And so the whole thing became so ironic because, okay, I was really upset. I really hated it. I didn't want to do it. I got forced into it. And I'm saying, okay, whatever, I'll go. And I hated it. And so as soon as the plane took off, it was great. It was like, oh, this is so cool. You look out the window. So I was feeling absolutely great. And the kid I'm sitting next to, who's also a winner, it was like 20 or 25 kids, throughout the whole state that went. So anyway, he had like an infection in his ear previously, so he had this terrible pain. So he had this horrible earache. And so, I'm feeling really good, and, the kid next to me is a disaster, and I'm trying to do what I can, and, they give him some aspirin and give him this, and, we're like, okay, but, he's in real hard pain. And, so that was really awkward and uncomfortable and nasty. But I can't help but think, oh, yeah, this plane thing wasn't so bad. And so anyway, we're in Florida. Anyway, somebody steals all my shit out of the fucking hotel. The whole thing was kind of, we're going bussing here, bussing there, Disneyland this way, Marine World, all these stupid places, blah, 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 whatever, NASA, all of the routine, hit all the spots kind of crap for 3 days. Then we go to some arcade and there's an electric storm. We're running across the beach back to the hotel and it's like a mile. There's lightning striking all over the place and we're like the tallest thing on the beach. And I already knew you don't want to be tall on a beach, and little shit like that. So it was just, Anyway, so we're going back and I'm expecting that it's going to be just as nice as going. So when we went, it was one of those planes that only holds like 70 people, a little whisper jet, I think they call them. And then on the way back, though, we got a DC-10 because our plane had some kind of landing gear problem in Washington. So we had to wait 8 hours at the airport. So we were in the airport for 8 fucking hours. And they diverted some stupid plane for us to take, right? And so we get on the plane, and everybody in the plane's really pissed off at us, okay? Because they've taken the plane and bent its flight path and it's going to delay their plane 2 hours, all this shit, and so they're booing us when we're getting on the plane. And so there's this giant plane, and when it's taking off, I'm watching the wings going up and down. It's like a bird. Saying, oh, this is fucked up. Well, anyway, and it was all thunderstorms all the way to New Jersey. So you're going from Florida to New Jersey. And the plane had to fly under them because it lost something. The engine was like not performing because a bunch of birds flew into it. So the plane couldn't get enough velocity to go above the storm, so it had to fly under the storm. So it's raining. We're about 100 feet off the top of the tree. I mean, it looked like 100 feet. I mean, you could see the trees, and you could see the leaves on the trees. It was really, and so it's the whole trip. The plane's doing this, right? So nobody can talk because if you open your mouth, your teeth are going to break, right? And so there's this, so I got sitting next to him. So the guy, anyway, the kid was much better this time, so he was okay. And there was some other kid who was sick, because he ate some, whatever, mustard and some fucking, at the airport. But anyway, but I'm sitting next to a Marine. He's holding on, and he's like totally terrified, which is just kind of funny. And so we didn't say 10 words to each other the whole trip, and it took 2 hours. I mean, we're just bouncing and flying 440 miles an hour or something. And it was just a nightmare flight. I mean, it was just you can't imagine, almost like it couldn't be any worse without crashing. you know, in terms of just how bad a ride it was. It was so bad. And I had taken Dramamine, blah, 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 but I was, you know, I was okay, you know, it's, you know, but it was like really bad. And, yeah, so I was off of flying. Yeah, that was enough for me. Never again. So anyway, yeah, I'm not going to write a book. Okay, what's the difference? I mean, it's just so funny. You can get transcripts of all these videos. I mean, you know, somebody else can write the book who's more literate than I am, or some other kind of horse shit. But I mean, it's really, I think you get the character of a sentence so much better if somebody's actually speaking it. You know, and I'd argue that the Gray videos, if you watch those, you know, the short, the you know, 5-minute hunk videos are really nice little poignant messages that probably do more than any book would do in terms of getting people to understand. I mean, the unintelligent design video, go put unintelligent design, you know, in the search. You shouldn't get too many videos. You know, I think is a powerful statement. But that's my impression. And, you know, I just don't think all that many people take books all that damn serious anymore. I mean, I really don't think it's the way people communicate. Most people. I mean, most people are doing Twitter, for fuck's sake. They're really not, you know. You know, they really can't do anything that requires the amount of time a book would require. It's, you know, they just can't pay attention that long. But, you know, who knows? I'm not, you know, I'm not opposed. It's just that it's just such a, you have to organize, you know, the way you're going to write a subject like this. And I'd even argue that Benatar's book sucked. He's not a great writer. It was dry and redundant, and, you know, and there wasn't a huge amount of continuity. So, I mean, you know, I mean, my overall impression was not favorable when I read the book. So I did a review of the book, and, you know, my overall impression wasn't favorable. Sam Harris, on the other hand, does have a way with words. And I think he did a really good job with the Moral Landscape book. I just wouldn't have called it the Moral Landscape. I would have called it the Value Landscape. So I have to say that some people are just good writers. Writing is tedious. I don't know if you've done any, but because you can examine everything you're saying and you can see the imperfections in it, you know, and so you just keep reworking it, trying to get it to be perfect. And, you know, that's how you play any game, right? You play the game and you say, I want to be perfect, I want to be perfect. So you just end up fighting with it and practicing on it and all that kind of stuff. And it's a lot of work. And so, I mean, I think it's more useful for me to use my time playing with the concepts than playing with verbiage, you know, and, you know, grammarly, you know. Oh, another Adam Lanza guy. Oh, just so interesting. Yeah, philosophical terminology. What a joke. See, these are arguments that are decisively on my side. I mean, the very idea that somehow concepts of reality are dependent on philosophical terminology. I mean, this is almost like the quantum mechanics crap that, well, no, the experiment doesn't have to have anything to do with reality. It's a, you know, a thought experiment, and the contingent elements are ones we made up, like virtual photons or something. Like, if you don't understand what a virtual photon is, you can't do quantum mechanics. Because, yeah, it's a perfectly reasonable concept, the virtual photon. You know, the non-existent fake element that we created because without it, our theory doesn't mean anything. I mean, amazingly bullshit. But just imagine people creating these sock accounts in the name of Adam Lanza. I didn't talk to him. Where do you have any evidence I talked to Adam Lanza? I mean, where did that happen? I mean, I'm sorry, I have no knowledge of this event. Yeah, it's stuff that where Adam Lanza he thought I was too moral. He argued that I had too high, that there was no value. He was a value nihilist, the exact thing I argue against. He was a defender of the amazing atheist. He didn't like me. He liked the amazing atheist. So, I mean, what the fuck? You're just all such terrible liars. I don't know who Dana is, and I have no interest in lies. If Adam Lanza was ever in a stick cam room or some room, I didn't know he was. I had no knowledge of who he was or what he was or anything about him. Yeah, I should write a book undoing all the lies that people tell. Yeah, you know, it'll be a... You know, take a red book, a blue book, a green book, a purple book. Because that's all the opposition has, is fake news stories. Again, somebody keeps saying she made a video about it. About what? I don't know what did what has the friendly anti-natalist done that besides troll on the internet? I just don't understand what your point is. Is there some real story she told about some real thing that happened? Obviously I don't pay any attention to complete fake phony bullshit bitches talking shit. So you know, I remember she had a big giant argument with that stupid Tiger woman or whatever the fuck she was. What are they called? Women who try to seduce younger men, cheetahs or something. I don't know, whatever they call that. You know, it's all, you know, this is the kind of shit that occupies them. Oh, it's just silly. I mean, obviously my physics theory has so little in it in terms of a mechanism. I've cut it down to 2 + 2 + 3, and that's the entire subject of physics, and this asshole says it's nothing. Yeah, well, keep saying shit like that, Frankie. You're going to be on the wrong end of that stick too. It's just too bad, you know, you don't really do anything to prove your opposition, like make a video, and then I can put it up for posterity to look at and say, see, these are the assholes that stood in the way. This is why the human race can't do anything reasonable. It's because these unreasonable, naysaying, nitpicking, motherfucking liars are the vice of the human race. They can't be honest ever in defending their faith. And that's all they have, is silly, idiotic, unreasonable faith. It doesn't, you know, the left and the right are both fascist. Okay, they're both doing the taking hard blows at any sense of the right to speak freely. And the left has always been that way about dealing with racism and other subjects, because they just keep trying to cover it up. Pretend it'll go away if you ignore it. And that's bullshit. People have a right to speak their ignorant mind, no matter how ignorant it is. And you have a right to oppose it and make counter arguments. But this whole idea that somehow people aren't allowed to be anti-vaxxers or some other stupid thing, when, yes, of course they're allowed to be that. And it's your obligation to explain why they're wrong and evil. And just because you can't win that argument, whose fault is that? I mean, if you can't win the argument against flat Earth, then, you're pretty pathetic, right? So if you can't win arguments against loony, silly potheads, whose fault is that? Is that their fault or your fault? Alright, so I don't ban people for that, so you're just full of shit, Frankie. And then it's more lies. You're not making any arguments. You're just making accusations that I have to defend myself against. Fuck you. I don't beat my wife, and I don't block people because they have a good argument. Again, I've stated it so many times. Make a video, send me an email, but these three-word sentences are not useful. Fuck you. You don't believe it. Okay, fine. You're an idiot. That's all I can say to you. You don't think there's any value in scrutinizing the silly theories of modern physics. They can go ahead and say, here's an electron two-slit experiment. We're going to shoot the electron at a crystal, because crystals are the same thing as two slits. That kind of deception doesn't mean anything. The Eddington experiment, proved Einstein right. The own guy writes in his own journal, 10% of the data quality, I wouldn't stake my life on these results. Those are his exact words. I wouldn't stake my life on these results. That's good science in your opinion. Yeah, fuck you. You're just showing yourself to be exactly what I claimed you to be. Okay, you're just a belligerent faith botherer, God botherer. You have a God theory. And that's all it is. It's a fucking religion. You believe it because you don't even understand it. But again, I'm just not obligated to defend myself against constant and incessant lying. So whatever. It's really not about Gary, okay? It's just the argument. Gary is irrelevant. He's just one way of spouting the argument. But it's the argument that matters. It's the theory that matters. And it's, people, you shouldn't get distracted by, superficial messenger bullshit. The messenger is not terribly relevant. I mean, beyond the fact that he has to exist to message. But it is funny about that video and all those commercials. Because you just say that, why wouldn't the asshole say to his audience, well, look, this is a serious subject. We got David Benatar to participate. I have expenses and liabilities in my life, and so I'd just like you to please contribute some money so I can, put this video up without any ads on it. What would be so difficult about that statement? I'm sure he could raise the money. I'm sure he could raise more money than the stupid commercials are generating by just asking for people to pay to keep the video clean of pointless distractions, useless, annoying distractions. I don't know what you're saying. It's not a theory, though. It's the truth. Yeah. I mean, obviously this statement about, again, you have to go by some standard. Is there some reasonable alternative? And that's the argument. And I'd argue there's no reasonable alternative conclusions. They just don't exist. The only different conclusion can only be contrived out of some unreasonable distortion of the facts. Well, collapsing is a tricky word. I mean, obviously human civilizations have gone through all kinds of turmoil. Look at all the kings assassinated, all kinds of things, all the wars, all the switching sides, all the, bullshit. So to say that there's some bigger writing on the wall, I think would be to overstate the doom. But it is a world of whatever, 8 billion people now, and they're all interdependent now. So one can't catastrophically fail without it having ripples that catastrophically fail everybody else. So it's a very, it is it is possible, okay, that the future's unsustainable, that we can't keep getting away with reckless mistakes, and there's a point where the system won't tolerate stupid, and it just seems like we're in such a stupid phase, that we need a savior. Somebody's got to show up and make a third party, because the Democrats have completely sold out and tainted themselves with this love affair with immigration, and it's just not going to be a viable, it's not even viable as a pragmatic fact. The immigrants don't even like immigration because they know it's just importing people more desperate than they are, and it's just going to keep eroding, okay, their capacity to make a living. So it's just, it's just importing desperation, which is the same thing as importing slavery. And for Democrats to be for it is just so fucking stupid, especially when they're for a social safety net, because you can't finance that anymore. If you create too big a liability in terms of how many people need that safety net, it's not going to sustain the weight. It's not going to hold up. It's going to tear and rip and shred, and it's just so bad. I mean, the Democrats had every opportunity to take over the world, and they threw it all away over this stupid immigration subject. They threw it all away. And they made themselves so unvote-afforable. They made the worst Republican capable now of being elected. Any Republican can now get elected. Because all he has to say is immigration. He just says the word immigration, and he wins the election. It's just so bad. But it's funny that that's part of this road to ruin, is the Democrats had it all. They elected a black man. I mean, they really did have it all, and they threw it all away. Oh, so many people getting banned. It's 3 people. 3. Amazing. Let's see. Had his own man views on live stream. Has Gary ever had this man's views? Whatever that is. I don't know what that is. So yeah, Barry Hill's not making sense again. I think he does drugs. Democrat in here. Ban him. I don't like his speech. What the fuck is that as a statement? I don't even understand that. I've never voted for a Republican in my life. Ever. Ever. I wouldn't even allow it to happen as an accident. You know, if the Republican voting booth, I wouldn't even get 100 yards next to it. I wouldn't even allow a piece of paper to blow out of my hand that might fall in a pro-Republican box. Okay, they are always evil, always selfish, always for the worst possible outcome. They're always just using parasitical monsters. Nothing about them is decent. And I'm just saying the Democrats have now made everything good that they stood for, they've thrown it all away on this stupid subject. This stupid one special interest issue. Just thrown it all away. Made themselves unelectable. I mean, we might even end up with a Republican governor in New Jersey, which should be a practical impossibility because the Democrats have turned into Looney Tunes. They asked you to ban me. Yeah, we are a waste of time. I can see that. You know. I mean, what? How are you, you know, feeding the neurological energy of the chat? And, you know, no, you're really not. You're just making idiotic accusations again that have to be countered with the facts. I wonder what the A stands for in his icon. You know, I wonder what's his real agenda on planet Earth. Sorry, Gary. That was a misunderstood comment I made before. My bad. Yeah, I don't take anything too seriously because I can't tell what the hell your people are talking about half the time, or who you're talking to. I listen to some classical music now and then, especially that, you know, that music from Platoon or whatever it was, that really insanely sad violin music. You know, but yeah, I like soothing music, sad music, you might even say. But yeah, that's about all I listen to anymore. I mean, now and then, just for, you know, old time's sake, I'll go through the old, you know, hits from the 70s and 80s, you know, you know, but yeah, I'm not, I was never terribly, music was great in the car, you know, driving to work and all that kind of stuff, so I did listen to, you know, music, but, yeah, my tastes were like, you know, I liked chicks singing, so I was definitely, you know, if it wasn't chicks singing, I probably wasn't listening. I mean, the only record I only bought like 3 records in my whole life. But the first and probably the only one I bought in my teenage years was Linda Ronstadt. Because, you know, I wasn't going to spend my money on a silly record. But I did decide I had to have it. See, I had fish tanks in my basement. So, you know, and I'd sit there and I could play her record and, you know, Blue Bayou and Poor, Poor, Pitiful Me and all kinds of, and just watch my fish. And that was my way of escaping the tyranny of existence. Do you like Smiths? I don't know what Smiths is. So don't even do a, you know, anything modern. I haven't paid any attention to. mean, there's some good music videos out there. You're watchable, you know, but like I said, it just doesn't. Nothing stirs me much. Yeah, I have to say that, you know, I did grow up in the best of times and the worst of times kind of thing, because you just, you know, the 70s really were, you know, you went from landing on the moon and all these, you know, Civil Rights Act, all kinds of really interesting shit. And then they go into the 80s and becomes disco, and, you know, everything becomes plastic and cheap and crappy. It's just everything turned to shit. Yeah, there's nowhere to hit golf balls here, so it is depressing. I mean, I'm in kind of a fight with the town over some other shit, and, you know, so I don't think if I went down the park, the baseball fields that nobody uses, and I hit a couple of golf balls, they'll probably fine me or something. So yeah, I missed that. I mean, you know, there's a rather famous golf course that's not too far from here, and I just wish I could, you know, it'd be nice to go. But I don't know what you have to pay as a non-member. You probably got to pay $500 or something. And I'm not going into personal issues, blah, blah, blah. It's just about, you know, the fact that it doesn't matter what the laws are anymore. You know, laws are for government employees to decide who they like and who they don't like, and they'll apply the law one way to the person they like, and they'll apply the law in a different way to the person they dislike, and I just got absolute proof of them doing that. And you know, it's just terrible that that's the state of our world, is that, you know, government employees have become, you know, the definition of corruption. I used to have great admiration and respect for unions and, you know, the struggle for fairness, and it's not that anymore. They're all just extortionists. They're way overpaid. They're way overprivileged. They're not public servants. You know, they're self-interested, gluttonous pigs. If you want to become a millionaire, take your civil service exam. Because the fact is, you can easily become a millionaire being a government employee. It's not hard at all. The salaries are exorbitant, the benefits are gigantic, and you can collect them all more than once. It's just layers of corruption. Yeah, whatever. I mean, this is odd crap. It's just so obviously stupid. It's really easy for me to say pain is bad. It's just not hard at all. So there's just no gap. I know it. I've personally tasted pain. I know it's bad. So I don't have any problem finding an ought. I hate poets, so fuck poets, frankly. Absolute bullshit. I like direct statements. Indirect, implied, metaphorical, analogistic horseshit doesn't really compel me much. Do you have the chat set to all chat? No, I don't. I keep forgetting to do that. I mean, it's just all these little nuisance things. You're just saying, why should I have to do that? You know, it's just so ridiculous. Oh, god damn. Why isn't the default all chat? I mean, why the fuck would the default be anything else but all the chat? Well, I mean, all the hiking trails have been ruined because they have bears on them now. So fuck it. You know, like I said, I used to love wandering in the woods. You know, I could walk literally 3 or 4 miles and not see a house. following the stream, basically. But, the fun of it was kind of destroyed by the idea that I might run into a bear with cubs or something and get myself mauled to pieces. Yeah, I wish my hair was my old hair, but it's really weak now. It's really, by comparison, my hair has gotten so weak. So if you saw me 20 years ago, I had real hair. Now I just have a lame old man version. But look, I have hair, so I'm way ahead of so many. At 65, I'm doing pretty good. But, I know it's all doom, but I just, I do miss having thick hair. It's just so thin now. It's fine, you can like whatever you want. I'm just saying I just couldn't be bothered trying to interpret poetry. It's like Nietzsche was such bullshit, and I just can't imagine how people found any value in that horse shit at all. Aphorisms, whatever the fuck. So I guess that's part of this philosophical terminology, is you have to understand what's an aphorism. Yeah, that means it's important, even though it's irrelevant gibberish. Yeah, well, I know. I'm happy I have something on my head that looks like hair. So, I've been lucky in a lot of ways. So I really, that's the funny thing about getting Lyme disease so many times is I have a pretty hairless body, and so it's it's pretty pretty easy to see if there's any ticks, But it's those little tiny nymphs, I guess, that get me. But I really didn't think it would happen here. Like I said, this is so urban. But a week before I got the Lyme disease, I saw a male buck deer with, the whole big old antlers, the whole thing, walking down the sidewalk at 2 o'clock in the morning. And, you're just like, oh, yeah, well, they're still here. And the problem is other animals have ticks, but it's just deers are really bad because there's 500 ticks on each deer. I'm 6'1". Well, I was 6'1". So I've probably been squished by gravity. So I might not still be exactly 6'1", but that's what I was. It's it's being tall. I've told people this too. I was a runt as a kid, so I didn't start growing until I was like 20. Well, okay, let's be realistically 18. All right, and then like from 18 to 21, I probably grew 3 inches. And so it was just such a bizarre. I was always the smallest, youngest. I weighed less than 100 pounds when I was a freshman in high school. So I mean, I was not a big kid. I was really just a little runt. And so I lived a whole life as a little runt. And then all of a sudden I became this tall person and everybody else got really short. So all the people who I thought were tall, all of a sudden they were all short. I mean, I had a best friend who was, he was gigantic because when we were kids he had grown really fast and he already reached his maximum height. So he seemed so tall because he was like, whatever, 5'7", And I just didn't have any perspective, and all of a sudden I meet him, when I was like 18 or 19. I met him, and I couldn't believe I was like 4 inches taller than he was. It was just such a reversal in roles, and it just, so it was quite strange to make that transition from kind of a beta kid, in terms of physical, to being kind of alpha, in the sense that I, and that's the insidious part of my anxiety disorder, is that all of a sudden I felt so inferior my whole life, and then all of a sudden I looked at myself and I said, "Damn, you're stunning," dressed up, I put on a suit with the hair, and I had a nice car. I was like, yeah, I'm happening. People turned to look at me. It wasn't like I could walk into a room and I could, I could be this the focus of attention, that kind of thing. And it really was such a strange transition from my previous life where I was this, nothing, this nobody paid any attention to kind of character. And then it was just funny how I just got, I had to become a recluse to survive. See, like I had one girlfriend that was, she was very tall, 6'2", and blonde, and we looked so good together, and she really wanted to go out and, do all that showing off kind of stuff because we really, it was a really, it looked like a sensible relationship in a way. It just looked right, and but I couldn't do that. Yeah, I mean, she was really connected. I mean, she had been to White House parties, all kinds of interesting stuff, and I just wasn't going to do any of that crap. But anyway, that's all. It's all part of your character as a human. What happens to you, these different things, all make you into the creature you are. So I guess it's okay to point it out, but. Yeah, I didn't say I wasn't cute, but I'm just saying I didn't feel... I was very awkward and didn't feel comfortable in my form. I mean, there's so many complications, right? I had these gigantic canine teeth, and so I didn't do much smiling because it was like, holy shit, and vampire. And so they decided, my parents and the shitty dentist, to rip them out of my head, even though they were great teeth. I mean, they were just, I could poke a hole in anything. Anyway, so they ripped them out, and so I had to have braces to move my teeth forward. And so that really fucks you for a year and a half. And so, yeah, it was all just, and it's not very good timing, right? I mean, your freshman year in high school and you got braces, and it's just all, it just wasn't good. Yeah, that really was a blow to me because of the things I thought were wrong with me. It wasn't my great teeth. I thought they were great teeth. They did, I have to say, they did hurt. So they weren't. It wasn't for free. I mean, the gum above the tooth would be sensitive because they were just really big fucking teeth. But it kind of fit with my persona as a nature boy, that I would have these canine teeth. So in some sense it was part of my identity. Guys saying, is it actually live? Well, if I'm responding to the chat, then it has to be actually live, I think. I don't think there's any other conclusion you can draw. Have you ate any plant-based meats before? I don't bother with any of that horse shit. I know how to, you get a bag of potato chips there. I'm vegetarian. I mean, there's so many things to eat. A piece of bread is a wonder, if you spread the right crap on it. I mean, a piece of bread with a, mustard and a tomato. Do I need something more? Is life not complete enough with that? So I don't need any of this shit. I mean, I've really gotten... I mean, I'm such to the point where I don't need any... I eat the same dinner every fucking night, okay? And that's it. That's all I eat. And it's just, beets, and sometimes broccoli, and carrot, and sometimes cucumbers, and rice. And that's my dinner. That's it. That's all I eat. Yeah, and that's mostly because I'm too cheap to pay for food. I mean, rice, I just bought rice, and I pay $7.50, well, $7.98. Let's be honest, $7.98. So $8 for a 20-pound bag. I mean, how can you beat that? I mean, it's a bazillion calories for $8. Oh, really? So, you know, what kind of silly crap is this? That, you know, I haven't lived in Mendham for 5 years, retard. Oh, amazing. Let's not forget, I won a federal appeal against a crazy-ass moron judge. So you have to be a pretty good lawyer to do that. Yeah, I mean, look, you know, hunger makes food taste good. You know, it's a simple way to the simplest flavor enhancer you can apply is I'm fucking hungry. You know, it works really good at making almost anything appetizing, and you know. Yeah, I only eat once a day. The only thing in the summer, you know, right now I have lots of tomatoes. So I have so many that I eat 2 tomatoes during the middle of the day. I'll have a couple of tomatoes. So, but that's in the winter. I'll just go back to 1 meal. Yeah, well, stomachs are weird things. I was putting some spice, some whatever. I can't remember the name of it. Well, anyway, it was called Moroccan, so it had some kind of something in it. But anyway, all nice natural stuff. But it gave me this insane, like, you know, a couple hours after eating, I get this insane chest pain. I mean, just like a heart attack. You're just like, oh fuck, I'm dying. And then you take your pulse and you say, well, I can't be dying because my pulse is perfect. So you're like, what the fuck's going on? Because it really feels like a heart attack. Yeah, you know, I'm saying, well, and then I got the Lyme disease, and so I thought the symptoms from the Lyme disease might have been an ulcer. So I was thinking maybe I have an ulcer. But it really doesn't make any sense, because if I had a bleeding ulcer, then, you know, my poo would be black and all the kinds of different things would happen. So it can't be that. And so I was, you know, it's really hard to figure out. But it is strange that I still haven't figured out exactly why I had such a weird reaction. And I don't eat anything raw just because, you know, birds shit on stuff. There's all kinds of crap you do not want to eat. So I'm yeah, if it's not cooked, I ain't eating it. I mean, the tomatoes are an exception, and I usually have those in vinegar. So, you know, there's some chance that I'm going to be able to kill anything that might be hiding. Yeah, no, it's nothing like acid reflux. You don't have any sense that it's an indigestion thing. It's just this hard pain that goes right across your fucking chest, right through the breastbone. Gee, right in there. Hard, hard, hard. I mean, I've had indigestion before. It's not indigestion. Well, I'm just, life is, even the winners end up losers. Again, you don't have to look at too many pictures like John Wayne before he died and Farrah Fawcett before she died. Everybody turns into a shallow, ghost of their former self, and it's all so horrific. Yeah, well, I don't think there's anything wrong with any reason to be fanatic about these terminology. We all have these. It's just a food habit, and you're just basically arguing that you should try to minimize how much harm you're causing other creatures in satisfying your food needs. And it's more important that you understand the need to do it, not necessarily that you do it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, how you vote is more important than what you do. So I mean, even if you're a rapist, you need to vote against raping. And I don't even feel the need to be all that draconian in saying to people who can't find the courage to change their habits, I'm not going to badger them if they'll concede it's a bad habit and they wish they could do better. But if they're going to defend doing it, yeah, then fuck them. Yeah, fuck that. You're going to defend it because it's convenient, not because it's right. Yeah, we're all bugs still. It's still the same idea. That's all it is. It's eating and fucking, and there's nothing else to do here. I mean, I watch birds all day, and that's all their life is. It's eating and fucking, eating and fucking, eating and fucking. They're always chasing the bitches, and fighting with each other over the bitches. I mean, just so bad. I mean, so much work and all this bullshit. You just see, there's those silly birds that collect blue things, and just litter their nest with blue things. So the males build the nest, and they litter it with blue shit just to get a bitch interested, And so their whole life is they're just a slave to the pussy. And it's just, you're just like, oh man, this is just so pitiful. And then, the other case is once the female lays the eggs and has the little chicks, then they're devoted to this process of just going out all day long and picking up worms and picking up worms and picking up worms, bring them home, pick up worms, bring them home, all day long. It just, fuck. I think Buddhism is moronic. Look, the whole story is based on some silly metaphor about, having a conversation with death, and, and it comes down to, well, if you don't want to come back anymore, just jump in a fire and die, and you'll be cleansed of your obligation to be reincarnated. And it's just so selfish. I mean, it's just like, oh, I'm going to heaven, but, fuck my family, fuck everybody else. I mean, it's ridiculously silly as a philosophy. I didn't lose anything, so again, you're just all this sock account crap about something I did that I was wrong. I've never done anything wrong in my life. You're just such pathetic liars. I mean, there's no issue in any of the cases where I wasn't completely correct in what I was fighting for. I was fighting evil every single fucking time. I'm just saying, Buddhism doesn't say anything. It's a useless philosophy. Life is pain. Life is suffering. Go ahead, make some more. Who cares? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Be a bug. It's okay. You can't do anything else. Oh, maybe you could be sensible and reasonable. Yeah, maybe we ought to try that as an alternative. Yeah, well, obviously trolls have no life, but it is just the extent to which people go to harass me is just amazing. You know, I mean, all the spam and other shit they, try to flood my life with, you're just, and you're just saying, yeah, this is the world we exist in now. This is what people think is fair fighting. I will invade your privacy. I'll attempt to disrupt your life. I will, do all kinds of things to, burn crosses in your front lawn. I mean, they're just so pathetically overmatched. And they've lost the argument, and they have nothing else but desperate sabotage. They can't think of any other weapon they can apply. Well, I'm just saying, Buddhism doesn't offer any kind of reasonable advice. Look at what fucking, Gandhi did to his country. Suggested people should knit rugs all day. Don't get educated. Just be a rug maker. Didn't even educate his own kids. So he was very highly educated in England. All of that crap. He had all the advantage of that civilization, and he gave his kids none of it. Sorry, I just I don't get that. Let's see. I have a video coming out missing the natalism problem, but Buddhism has a perfect solution for existing being. Well, whatever. You can post whatever the fuck you want. I won't be watching. Yeah, your heroin cigarette argument was a great way to put it. What importance is not creating new addicts? Well, exactly. It's a pointless chase. You will not win. You're playing musical chairs to the death. Again, it's just it's not a good game, and you can't win. You will have to let it go. And it's just a matter of time, and you're never going to be ready. And the only way you're made ready is that life will be so insufferably horrible, okay, that you will finally embrace death. Should we just let the game go on then? What are you talking about? I mean, I don't see. This is why chatters are just... What the hell is that statement? I don't know what to say. Who are you talking to? Maybe it would be good if you put the name of the person you were talking to in the comment or something. Are there any anti-natal activists that you enjoy watching regularly? No. I can't imagine who it would be. Do you have any recommendations? I mean, there's probably some obscure channels that are talking ephilism, but I don't know. There's, there are people who are, using my arguments in their argument. So yeah, that's interesting. But I guess I don't need to hear my own arguments, repeated by somebody else. And it's all good. I'm not saying, people, this is all public domain. You can do what you want with it. But you don't need to mention me or say anything. You can, But I just mean these people are morons. Yeah, I don't know what you think, Lawrence Anton. What exactly does he do that's a great job? I'm just saying he poops on ephilism, so he doesn't do anything. He doesn't want to rescue the animals in nature. He just wants to rescue the ones we put in factory farms, which again probably get killed more humanely than the animals in nature. So I mean, there's nothing about his rescue that makes any sense to me. I mean, he's ballless as a advocate for victims. There's no argument against recognizing that torture is too high a price to pay. So I don't know what you want me to say to that. Oh, this is just silly crap. Oh, jeez. I just, I can't believe people. This is just so. Again, the lawsuit was about the town that I lived in. I had done the website for them. They had no website. I made it. I paid for it. I did all of it. Then they wanted a little more control, so I said, well, you have to pay then, okay? This is my hosting space, so if you want the hosting space not to have any of my content on it, you're going to have to pay for independent hosting because I'm not going to pay for it, okay? I'm the poorest man in town. You need to pay the $200. So instead of paying me the $200, they ended up conspiring to discontinue my service, my volunteer service, for free. And they didn't tell me that they were going to fire me. So they knew 6 months ahead of time they were going to fire me. They never paid for the fucking hosting space. And, so clearly it was just, I spent 6 months working on a website they didn't intend to keep. And that was just absolute shit. They just stole my services. And so I sued them, rightly. And this lawsuit was in court for 7 fucking years. So this asshole is implying that somehow the lawsuit had no merit. Yet it was an active lawsuit for 7 fucking years. So why couldn't they have filed a summary judgment motion? Why couldn't they have done anything? They did nothing. Okay. And the reason why it got dismissed is because, yes, finally it was 7 years old. People didn't even know what the fuck it was about. So a judge just said, fuck this, it's 7 years old, get rid of it. And that's all that happened. That's the truth. Okay. There was no finding of fact. There was no indication that I hadn't been mistreated, that they didn't steal my services, that they didn't do all of that crap. None of those. Those weren't findings by any judge. My claims were not found to be unmeritorious. The simple truth is they just squished it. They just decided to get rid of it. And that's proven by the appeals court, because the appeals court said nothing about the actual case. Their obligation was to explain how it was a proper procedure, and that was my argument, and they did nothing. They just say, we agree with the lower court. And it's the shortest appeal probably ever written in the state of New Jersey. No appeals court has ever written a shorter appeal answer than the one I received. That's how bad it was. But why people would bring this up? The facts do not indicate what they claim. I mean, that's the absolute truth. Yeah, okay, well, too bad about the voice thing. Can't do much about that either. What do you think about views that don't care about suffering? For example, I already pointed out Nietzsche was an idiot, but whatever. Any antenatal channels that have high sub count are dead set into pro or something. I don't know what the fuck that is. Anyway, so whatever. I'm just saying the antenalists are too busy being big tenters to have any usefulness. They're trying to attract, they're trying to pretend, they have a philosophical momentum when their momentum is made out of a bunch of rocks that will not continue rolling in the same direction. So they're going to scatter all over the place. So your momentum will turn to nothing when you need it. anti-bullshit man. Well, you know, he's so lost in convoluted terminology that I can't even watch his videos. You know, I don't never even know what the fuck he's talking about. You have to just sit there and listen and listen. What the hell is he all got his panties all wrapped up about? And I can never figure it out. So I just stopped listening because he stopped being relevant or interesting. Well, the economic videos are difficult because they keep contriving ways to sustain a system that's unsustainable. So they figure out some new gimmick. But, I mean, it is just obvious. There's no FDIC insurance, okay? It's just a fact. So if anything does go, if the shit hits the fan, there's not going to be any FDIC insurance. They're insuring $7 trillion of assets with $200 billion worth of money, and that obviously won't work. And then all of the debt is unresolvable. You can't pay it back. It would take 100 years to be able to pay the money back without ruining the economy. You know, without having to increase taxes, you know, to double or triple taxes. So there's just no way to give the rich all the money they claim to be entitled to. They own all the debt, and they claim it's real IOUs, and there's no way the government can ever pay them. So if the shit ever hits the fan and the rich people say, I want my money, the government is not going to have any capacity to pay the bills. So you're going to have pretty hard chaos. Obviously the stock market will crash. Obviously all these things will happen. But it's going to be, you're going to have the right man in the White House then, right? If you don't have the right person running the show, it's going to be a big, fat, stinky mess. I mean, the truth is we don't need the rich. I mean, it's, you know, I've made these arguments before. They don't float boats. They don't do anything useful but waste money. The businesses run the economy. The people running the business, the people climbing the pole and putting your wires up, they run the economy. The managers are almost trivial. Their AI could do that job. You know, hiring and firing and that kind of mush. So, you know, the owners are dead weight, and they should be the first ones thrown off the boat. Thrown away. You know, you don't need to be a billionaire. You know, just a fact. You don't need to be a multimillionaire. Just a fact. And especially in a dystopian economy, none of that is a luxury that is at all reasonable. And with that simple understanding, you just keep the farms growing food, you keep the manufacturing making products, and everything will be okay. But if you allow any of it to go bankrupt, because the rich lost their investment money and therefore they're going to destroy the business because they can't make money on it anymore, that's when you'll have a disaster. If you allow people to become unemployed, then you're fucked. Oh, simulation nonsense. It just adds to the non-sensual nature of existence here. Gary, are you, or were you the most inclined to... I mean, I've already pointed this out. I mean, I am for communism in the sense I completely think everything should be controlled. It's just being controlled by honest people or dishonest people, right? So there's nothing wrong with communists as long as the communists aren't corrupt crooks. And socialism, there's nothing wrong with a level of socialism, but I'm for incentive economics. People should have an incentive to do better, to be productive, all of that kind of crap. So you don't pay people to do nothing, you pay people to do something. So you have rewards that are consistent with the investment people make. So if a doctor invests 7 years going to school, he earns a better salary. How much better? That's the subject. And I already pointed out I've never voted Republican in my life, so I obviously was a Democrat before they turned into shitocrats. No, I don't know what destiny is. I don't know why people watch the crap they watch. I don't know why people, there's channels that have millions and millions of subscribers, and I'm like, it doesn't occur to me to I have any clue why. So you don't know what "do not God" means. I mean, you know, it's the same thing as saying "don't be religious" or "don't do religion," or blah, blah, blah. It's just so obvious. It's saying "do not God." I mean, what's so complicated? Oh, brother, if you have to explain that to people, then I guess we're really fucked. Oh, well, yeah, well, I already did anarcho-capitalism for years. I argued with Molyneux, whatever the fuck his name was, and all these other morons. I mean, obviously, I think anything anarcho is retarded. It's just saying, let's not do it smart, let's do it stupid. You know, why would I vote for doing it stupid? Ugh, it's just too silly. Yeah, whatever you thought, I'm just really not terribly interested. I'm sorry you don't understand something as simple as "do not God." I'm sorry that's over your head. Fuck. You know, it's just amazing. So you people are annoying. Let's see. God is the ego. Fuck you. And the ego denies we are in a simulation. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, fuck you. You know, he's lost in a fucking cartoon movie. Yeah. Jesus Christ. I can basically get anything I want from the internet for free. I don't need much money. Yes, that's true. I live on very little. You know, frankly, just as little as you can live on, I live on it. Yeah, the other third parties all suck. We need a new third party that isn't irrational special interest crap. So I suggested the title Fairness First, you know, as a party name. And yeah, just focus on, that's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to make deserve have something to do with it. So let's do that. And frankly, if you look at any one of these subjects and you just say, what would I do if it was a deserve system? A system where people got what they deserved. We'll just try to find out what that is and implement that policy. I mean, it's just reward and punishment. That's how you control people, and that's how people should be controlled. You know, you reward good behavior, you punish bad behavior. Not complicated. Well, I don't know how you think you could live on no resources. Resources cost money, just a fact. You have to give to get. Well, at least you should have to give to get. Another Steve sock account. Well, I don't know what a Steve is. Oh, that's Steve Godfrey or whatever. Yeah, whatever his name is. Yeah, there's just so many people you could just block just for being so stupid. What's this pooper crap, buddy? What are you, 14? There's nothing wrong with money. It's just, again, you're picking the wrong target. It makes perfect sense to have an easy to transfer method of barter. It makes no sense for you to take your 50 sheep to the grocery store, you know, and pay your bill. I mean, it's just too ridiculous. Well, I already pointed out, so I don't know if there's much point in pointing out. I think immigration is a disaster. It's really stupid because you're immigrating. It's like the Statue of Liberty problem. You can't take in all the huddled masses of the world because they're, number one, stupid and unproductive, and you're going to have to spend a fortune on them in terms of your welfare state. So, you know, you're not going to win. Yeah, it's not a winning strategy. It's like infecting your country with a virus. And especially in this circumstance where it's quite apparent that most of these people emigrating have no desire to become Americans. They have every desire to try to maintain their own cultural heritage and keep it in America. They want to infect America. You know, they want to invade America. They do not want to be Americans. Yeah, I mean, we're importing the very vice that has destroyed all those countries. All those countries, all the third world countries suck because the people are ignorant baboons. And that's why they live in a shitty country. And you're just saying, well, let's integrate their ignorant baboons. Let's leave all their smart people and we'll just import all their refuse. Not smart. Oh, I just can't believe another guy doing this shit. I mean, Hitler was found guilty by a federal appeals court. A federal appeals court threw him off the case. Why are you bringing up his name? I mean, he obviously was an asshole. A federal appeals court told him he was an asshole. I mean, what more evidence do you need that I vindicated in that case? I mean, you're just so fucking, you're such liars. Yeah, I mean, it's not about, you know, you can have all kinds of empathy for human beings in their position, but the fact is these are Cooties Mary, or whatever you want to call it, you know, Smallpox Mary, whatever their name was. These are people who will infect your civilization and destroy it. I mean, the Democratic Party is essentially importing right-wing philosophies. These people have right-wing religious kook philosophies, and they're thinking, oh, we're going to win. No, you're not going to win. You know, they're going to vote for Jerry Falwell. You know, they're not going to vote for Jerry Brown. Oh, yeah, this Matrix guy is... I don't know, you read this shit and you don't even... What the fuck is he talking about? I just love the... What's that? Cricket sound coming from your environment. Yeah, sorry, you know, gotta have the window open. And they are a little loud. I noticed that in one of the other videos I said, on the Draft Science channel. I said, oh, that is kind of a lot of noise. But, yeah, this does come with a liability. So anyway, this has probably gone on long enough. Can't say it's been terribly stimulating, but whatever. It's a first try. And so I will come back to this, no doubt, the Benatar interview, but it does look like they've already covered everything. Now they'll just do the redundant thing and just regurgitate the same arguments over and over, how it's impossible for humans to create any kind of usable solution to any problem, and therefore we should just ignore all the problems because they all have no solution. I mean, it's just, it's just so bad. See, go current view. Wow, that many views, 74. Ooh, whoa. I mean, the draft physics videos, I'm lucky if I get past 10. So, and the chat wasn't that fast. I mean, it wasn't like it's just too much to read. So, that's probably a good number. Yeah, so don't recommend the videos to anybody else because, we don't want too many people in the chat. Well, I can always just block people, right? That's easy to do. So, too many people in the room, I'll just block them. I'll try to use timeout. I'll try to do that. I wish they had just a simpler way to do it. You have to click on the damn thing and then it keeps moving. So you got to click on it before it moves, and then you got to hit put in timeout, and then you have to select how many minutes, and it's just such a hassle. Alright, this guy, right, with this pooper stuff, I guess I can just kill him, right? We're done. We've already seen your pooper stuff. So I think we will just block you. Yeah, I know there's a timeout. I just said that, moron. Okay. Is it not on your device? I just showed you me doing it, for fuck's sake, right? Well, you can't see it because I don't have the video. I could have put the chat in the video, so I probably should have done that. And then you can watch me do my blocking and timeouting. But anyway. Look, it is true that we are winning the argument, so there's no denying that anybody in a civilization where people go to high school, the fact is that most of them won't breed. So we're winning by lifestyle. So obviously people are drawing the conclusion that breeding isn't for me. Now the fact that they are temperate about making the argument that breeding shouldn't be for anybody, that's disappointing that they can't put those two and two together, that they don't see any point in it, and there's probably damn good reason it shouldn't be done. I mean, you should be against rape, not just you raping, but anybody raping. It's not much point in saying, I know it's not good to rape, and then saying, but I won't vote for laws against raping. That's a little bit stupid. Well, it's actually a lot stupid. Yeah, I mean, you've missed the whole, chatting when you show up missing the first 2 hours of the video is kind of pointless, right? You ought to be careful about chatting in a room where you miss the first 2 hours, because obviously the whole conversation was about the fact that it would be ridiculous for humans to go extinct and let animals suffer in perpetuity. Yeah, well, I was talking mostly about women, but, the males, I don't know whether it matters whether they go to high school or not, right? You're talking about women getting, they're the ones who, start having kids at 13, that kind of thing. So the fact that men are always going to be looking to fuck something, that I don't think it matters whether you go to high school or not. I suppose it matters in the sense that if you know something about how the reproductive system works, then you'll have some idea about, well, I can't just pretend I'm wearing a condom. I actually have to wear the condom. That kind of, that kind of logic might occur to you. And if you feel the condom break, while you're enjoying yourself, you should say, okay, although I don't want to do this and stop and put on a new condom, I guess I better. Those kinds of little logical steps. So maybe somebody who doesn't go to high school can't figure that out. Somebody who did go to high school, yeah, they were told in health class, yeah, it's really important that you make sure your what do they call it? The protection you're using is working. I mean, they really are just, frankly, there's just, people I just learn how to have sex on the internet or something. We ought to just have I mean, it does seem kind of funny to me that we don't already have that. You'd think the perverts would have really already innovated it. They have all this virtual reality crap, but they don't have this simple thing where, you'd make a machine that, you put on your, and the woman has a thing and she sticks it in her, and, you can do this interactive thing, like the little cat moving around. You can have these stimulations that are coherent to each other, and where you're kind of feeling the other person. And it just seems like, that would be really safe sex. Just... It's all a head game. That's what the most important life lesson. I wish somebody would have told me as a kid. It's all in your fucking head. Your reactions you can control. You can't control anything else. You can't control what the world does. You can only control what this stupid machine does. So it's your reactions. And it's just a bunch of shit in your brain that tells you what you should do. So you should be very careful about what shit is telling you what to do. Because some of the shit is stupid. Yeah. And it's just a head game. I'm a millionaire. Well, it's just, you think you're a millionaire because, you have money in the vault and all that kind of crap. Well, I can imagine I have money in the vault, all right? I can imagine money sitting in a vault. So why don't I just pretend, if I need to be a millionaire for an hour or two, why don't I just pretend I am? I'm on shrooms. I make so many statements about I couldn't give a fuck. I mean, people wearing their drug use like a badge. Look, I'm super cool because I do shrooming. I'm a shroomer. Fuck you. I mean, it's just like saying I'm a wanker. I mean, what's the point? It's fine. Go ahead. Wank all you like. Shroon all you like. But you just don't wear it like a badge. It's just so pathetic. God. I always hated that about drug users. I mean, they would always be chronically, I took 7,000 drugs last night. I was like trippy, over-tripped, and I was amazingly over, and the color, I was foul, blah, 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 and they're just rambling on about this fucking bullshit, and you're just saying, look, asshole, I've taken drugs. I know what the experience is, okay, and what you're describing is bullshit. Because that's not what happens. Oh, God, they're just so full of shit. I had this amazing drunk last night. I got so drunk that I was drunkety drunk. And it was amazing to be drunkety drunk. Yeah, it was cool as fuck. Well, except for the part where, I sat on a pencil and it, bored a hole up my ass. I mean... I slipped on my own drool. I just can't understand why people think there's anything cool about that. I mean, there were a couple of drug incidences where, I would say, it's a funny story, So I was smoking pot with a friend, and, we're sitting in his basement at a table. And so we're passing the bong back and forth, and we both totally zoned out. Just, somewhere in the process, we both completely stopped functioning. But we're both sitting there, with our eyes open, we're there. And the fucking weird-ass part was 2 hours passed. 2 fucking hours just disappeared for both of us. And it was just like this amazing experience, like you're just saying, that couldn't fucking happen. How did it go from being 1 o'clock to being 3 o'clock? We were both just sitting there. It's not possible. It's not possible. But it happened. Oh, drunkity drunk showed up. Okay, yeah, look, we get the point. You can be an asshole. Okay, you've proven I know how to be an asshole. Thank you. Thank you for proving it. I can make a mess. Look at this mess I can make. On Mentis Waves videos on... Well, I have no opinion because I don't know what a Mentis wave is. The Ethelist? I don't think he's the Ethelist. How did you get out? Fuck F the maze. I don't know what that means. The capitalist maze. Well, I never got in it, frankly. I mean, I could never make any money because I could never charge what my time was worth because I always was... I'm that kind of person. I can't sell anything. I can't bargain. I just can't do it. I mean, I can't... So I was never, you know, I had a ton of jobs and all of them were miserably low paying. And, you know, I mean, I literally spent my entire, you know, big hunk of my childhood from 11 years old to 17, you know, delivering newspapers, shoveling snow, doing all kinds of this stuff for 25 cents here, 50 cents there. And I actually saved $40,000 doing that shit labor. I mean, part of that was, yeah, I worked at some restaurants. I made a little bit more money there, so that helped. But I just mean, I worked for minimum wage or less my whole life. And it's, you know, I don't have a fear of driving a car. So as long as there's no people around, I can drive all day. But I don't have a license, so now I can't drive. But whatever. I don't have a fear of driving a car. I love driving. I don't like riding in a car. But yeah, I can only drive in a car for like 10 miles and then I'm done. I, you know, had enough car driving. I was incredibly charming, actually. I was really good at being a servant of people's, because I could pretend to be somebody. Like I was, you know, people would always ask me where I was from and did you travel in Europe, and you know, they do all kinds of weird shit like that because they found me, you know, interesting. So, you know, I got a lot of good tips. And I was a bartender for a while, but it was a very small restaurant. You know, I hated high volume. But I mean, you know, people really, they would sit at my bar for hours, you know, so it wasn't like I couldn't entertain an audience. Yeah, no, I was really good. I mean, I was a busboy for an awful long time too, and you know, but so I was carrying trays all the time, big trays, 11 dinners on it, you know, all that kind of stuff. And I was the best there ever was, frankly. you know, if they had pictures on the wall of the best ever dishwasher and busboy and waiter and car parker, I would have been the guy on the wall because I was the best at anything I did well. Oh, I actually did buy a couple of stocks. You know, so you know, I did mess in the market a little. You know, there were some things that just seemed totally wrong. So one of the stocks I bought was the insulation company with the Pink Panther, Owens Corning, because they got wiped out by such a stupid bullshit. Like, okay, like they somehow deliberately killed their employees with black lung. When it's clear nobody did any of this deliberately. Nobody knew asbestos was going to be this big a problem. It clearly wasn't any kind of malicious thing. And it just seemed such bullshit that you were going to destroy this company over this issue. It was just so I bought the stock out of pure sympathy. And I think I bought Nokia stock back in the early cell phone days because I figured, yeah, that was going to be the big winner. And yeah, yeah, that didn't work out. Cory Booker, who the fuck is that? Oh, okay, yeah, he's some kind of senator now, right? Yeah, I think he's a bum. I mean, I don't think there's nobody who runs for these offices that have any credibility at all. They're all bums. I mean, look at the presidential election, for fuck's sake. They can't come up with anybody who isn't half dead, and, you know, are so full of shit. It's amazing. So, I mean, it's just such a poor quality. Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, the garbage that has been elected is just so bad. Well, look, you know, Trump at one point claimed he was a vegetarian, so... But being a vegan isn't enough. You know, he's still a crook. Self-serving, self-interested, flamboyant. You know, what's in it for me? I think that's all that goes on in his little brain. Oh, conspiracy theorists. What a dumb question, right? So who would ever have to answer such a silly question? I mean, what conspiracy has any legitimacy? The only conspiracy is humans are morons. So if I'm a conspiracy theorist because I think human beings are generally speaking ignorant, arrogant, belligerently stupid, asswipes, well, yeah, that's my conspiracy theory. The vast majority of human beings are way too ignorant to have an opinion that should be listened to. Well, obviously, Ron Paul wasn't going to create a son who had any integrity, so fuck. Duh. Whatever happened to Gray Tex? Well, he turned into, I don't know, what do you call it? Mary Tex. You know, I don't know. I can't remember his name, but yeah, he's I think he kept his penis, but yeah, he's playing, you know, dress up. And I don't want to trivialize people's need to become something else, but I just mean it is kind of yeah, I just yeah, I kind of, you know, I don't know what I'm supposed to say. I mean, if you know, if squirrels were dressing up as rabbits, you know, I would just go, well, that's kind of fucked up, buddy. What the hell are you doing? You're a squirrel. You're not a rabbit. But fine, if that's what they want to do, I got nothing against it. I'm just saying I don't really have an obligation to pray to it. I don't have to pray to the holy transition. You know, I don't, you know, have to have it. It's nothing to do with me. You know, why should I have to in some way, you know, do anything to facilitate the knitting of their squirrel suit? You know, it's not my job. Faith typed Gale. I don't know what that means, but yeah, Gail. That's what it is. Yeah, it's my sister's name, but whatever. Don't know what that's about. So what is this spammy stuff about here? Indulge in it all you. What what is this? You're just like, what are these? I mean, this isn't even a plausible trolling. It's like, what the fuck? He's trying to prove quantum irregularity? Is that what he's doing? I think sometimes the truth is popular, you know. You know, bitches be bitchy. Yeah, it's a popular one. Yes, well, it's hard to know how anything changes anything for better or worse, but I'm glad I knew me, you know. Yeah, frankly. I just don't know how you could live a life that was anything else but honest, and I just don't know what else I've done except try to find the truth. Honestly, just, you know, it's often a self-deprecating truth. You find out, oh, I'm an asshole. Well, if I could be an asshole, then other people, they could easily become an asshole because I had some asshole proofness. You know, so yeah, it's a real problem, this being an asshole thing. I hate pets. Well, whatever. Taking care of hers made me hate them. Okay. Yeah, I think I only hate pets for the fact that I can't watch an animal suffer ever again. I've had enough of it. I couldn't get attached and go through that again. Nope. Yeah, just there's no hope for that. No, I don't like any philosophers, frankly. There's nobody on this. Look, Jack Kevorkian was a brilliant human being. Just totally exceptional. And so there's my hero. Everybody else is an asshole. Yeah, I'm vegan, except, I don't know, I might have a pair of sneakers I got out of the garbage that are made out of leather. I mean, you know, there's places where I failed the test. But I don't think it's about purity. Okay, it isn't. You don't have to be a fundamentalist. You just have to get the idea and the principle. And again, it's just about what you say and what you vote for that matters. The do part is not terribly relevant. It's the future we're trying to fix. The present we're just writing off. Well, I've certainly mentioned Jack Kevorkian quite a few times, but yes, he is somebody I just couldn't find too many faults with. I mean, I think he had a bad legal strategy, but he took it. He got kicked right in the teeth, and he took it like a man. I mean, the guy he was just made out of integrity. There was just, there's just so few people can be that honorable in defeat. Look, in this case, it's really not about extending rights. So you can say something like that, but it doesn't mean anything to me. I'm vegan against all harm to animals, not just ones we eat. So, again, the subject's bigger than being a vegan. Yeah, well, people ragged on me because I, found some tuna fish in the garbage and I ate it. And I just compared it to, eating roadkill. I mean, it's, it's already been killed. No point in wasting the death. Why waste it? That would be stupid. So, but yeah, it doesn't have, again, it's just about the principles here. We're just arguing what are we going to do in terms of our behavior to fix the future. Fixing the present, who fucking cares? The present is nothing. The future is everything. You got to keep your eye on the real prize, not the bullshit. The prize is the future. They're the ones we're trying to save and rescue. So this guy says, why aren't you vegan? I just explained to you what my diet was and all this stuff. What the fuck are you talking about? So I'm not going to argue this crap. I mean, you people are just so fucking pathetically stupid. I mean, I just explained how it doesn't matter whether I would be vegan or not. As long as I support closing all of the animal farms, well, then I guess I'm just as good as a vegan then, ain't I, you dumb fuck? But I am fucking goddamn vegan, you jackass. I'm just saying I don't wear it like a badge like you fuckers. You all think you're fucking heroes. You're not a fucking hero. It's a minor thing you do. It's a tiny thing you're goddamn doing. It's a tiny inconvenience, for fuck's sake. And you're wearing it like a badge, like, oh, I'm saving animals, I'm doing the cause, I'm blah, 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 blah. Fuck you, you are. Exactly. Vegan is a baseline, for fuck's sake. What does that even mean? It's a baseline. It's not a baseline. It's nothing. Well, I've already spoken about suicide in the sense that obviously I advocate for the complete freedom to control one's existence and every part of their existence. And yes, it's nobody else's business. And clearly it's only sensible to gracefully die. It's nonsensical, moronically insane to waste suffering, dying badly. Yeah, again, I'm sorry, you're not winning any points with me to keep obsessing about this stupid vegan subject as if it's doing something for the real problem. The real problem is the gigantic elephant. Us becoming vegan is a tiny speck on the giant elephant. The future is all that matters. Your stupid behavior of saving a chicken today is meaningless in that context. I'm not saying you shouldn't advocate for people understanding the harm they're doing to animals. That's the point. The point is to argue the subject of meat consumption, the subject of stealing torture, of imposing torture on some other sentient organism for your comfort. Okay, for your comfort isn't a good enough excuse to torture something. Those are the arguments. Those are the only parts that matter. These fucking titles and badges you're wearing are revolting. Dying gracefully is the only subject, okay? Either die well or you die badly. Euthanasia, mercy killing, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't matter. The idea is that nothing should die badly. So identity theft. Somebody's trying to steal somebody else's username now too. I mean, all these sock accounts. Just amazing that people get away with this horse shit. So it's just YouTube's, another one of YouTube's policies. They think that the trolls create more action, and so they reward the trolls. Well, anybody who tells you you can't use reason and logic have already outed themselves as imbecile. So what's the point, right? They're basically saying, well, you can't argue with an imbecile, and yes, that's true. Yes, I guess so. Being vegan is primarily self-comforting. Yes, it's a little badge we wear. We personally say, look, I did it for the cause. I could say that. I could say, oh, I'm doing it for the cause. And yes, exactly why I'm doing it. I'm inconveniencing myself this much. Okay. Yeah, because it's a principle and it's worth doing. But as I pointed out before, the only thing I want to do is convince other people that they shouldn't make children that eat meat, or they shouldn't create addiction in other people. If people are addicted to cigarettes, I'm not saying they have to quit smoking. I'm saying don't make addicts. And they should vote not to make addicts. They shouldn't vote to persecute cigarette smokers. So it's the same kind of argument. There's no point in persecuting people for not being vegan. Persecute them for thinking they're worth torture. That's what they should be persecuted for the belief that they think they're worth it. That's the subject. That's the core of the subject. Personal inconvenience is not something you say it's the least they can do when we know people can't be personally inconvenienced. So I'm saying, why give them the option, why give them the obligation to be personally inconvenienced when you can make it really simple and say, just vote for it not existing in the future. Vote for grandfathering the meat eaters out. Not making any new ones. Doing everything we can as a civilization to encourage people not to become dependent on meat. That's the thing to do. The thing to do isn't to sit there and argue that they're assholes because they're not willing to sacrifice anything for any cause. It's obvious that people won't sacrifice anything for any cause. Well, you say it's so much. Okay, that's your argument. I'm saying it's nothing. It's a drip in the ocean of the future. So you're saying, well, I'm going to stop that one drip, and then I'm going to, we're going to have a party about it. What a great job we did because we stopped one drop from falling into the ocean. I'm saying, fuck that. It's ridiculous as an argument. Again, it's this eye on the prize thing. Again, I can keep arguing it, but the present is almost meaningless. It really is almost meaningless compared to the weight and volume of the future. Of course, I don't think anything without a brain is feeling anything. God, I should just block you for an inanely idiotic question, so I will. It's just too fucking stupid. Do you think rocks feel? Do you think supernovas feel and they get all hurt when they blow up? Fuck you. God, I just, Jesus, people are just so desperately evasive. They just don't want to deal with anything rational. Any subject that has, you want to have a rational conversation, forget it. Ugh, God, it's just so fucking pathetic. Alright, anyway, I should have left a while ago, but I didn't. So anyway, I will leave now. So, it has been interesting, I suppose, and it's worth doing now and then, I guess. And we'll see what I decide to do in future, blah, 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 blah. So, wasn't horrifically bad, and it wasn't fantastically good. So, we'll just put it in the, yeah, it was a thing. So we did it, and it was a thing. And such. So, till the next time, blah, 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 blah. Blah. Kitty.